Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CSIS for our conference on strengthening U.S.-Japan ROK Trilateral cooperation. My name is Victor Chom, Senior Vice President for Asia and Korea Chair at CSIS and Professor at Georgetown University. I want to welcome everybody here who've joined us on this overcast morning in D.C., as well as many of you who are joining us online. Also grateful to the Korea Foundation for co-hosting this conference with us. And in particular, thanks to our participants who came from far away from Japan and Korea to join us here this morning. And so the question is, why did they come from so far to join us here this morning? And I think the answer is because at times like this, when we have a war in the Middle East, when we have a war in Europe, when we have revisionist behavior by states in the Indo-Pacific, the stronger ties among key allies, the United States, Japan, and Korea, is more important than ever. Trilateralism creates greater certainty at times of uncertainty. It ensures credible deterrence against North Korea to ensure peace on the Korean Peninsula. It shapes the environment to ensure that there's no destabilizing behavior in the Taiwan Strait. The three allies have conducted over 30 meetings since the historic meeting at Camp David on everything ranging from securing supply chains to missile defense. And we expect to see the first named trilateral missile exercise sometime in the first quarter of 2024. So trilateralism really helps to stabilize the region. It does not provoke. It does not cause Japan, Russia, and North Korea to draw closer. If anything, it signals how strong the three allies are together, which ensures stable deterrence and discourages miscalculation. So we will spend a good part of the day looking at trilateralism in the context of deterrence on the Korean Peninsula, manning contingencies on the Taiwan Strait, and enhancing the security of supply chains and deterring economic coercion. So with that, let's get started. We will have some opening remarks by Deputy Assistant Secretary Robert Koepcke. Let me properly introduce him. He is currently Deputy Assistant Secretary for Japan, Korea, and Mongolia in the Bureau of East Asian and Pacific Affairs and a member of the Senior Foreign Service at the U.S. Department of State. Previously, he served as Director of the Office of Mainland Southeast Asia, as well as the Director of the Executive Secretariat Staff in the Office of the Secretary of State. Prior to that, he served as Consul General in Naha in Okinawa, a Special Assistant to the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment. He also did a stint on the National Security Council, where he was Director for Japan and Asian Regional Economic Affairs. So it's a distinct pleasure on the behalf of CSIS to invite Mr. Koepcke to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, friends, colleagues. It's a distinct pleasure to be here this morning among such esteemed company. It's great to be reconnecting with some friends that I haven't seen in a while. It's great to see Rob Rapson, my good friend, Sid Seiler. We worked together a decade ago. Ambassador Kim, it's always a pleasure. And so many friends and colleagues interested in this incredibly important and timely topic. So it's an honor to be among with you today. Very much looking forward to hearing about how the full day of conversations go, because for me, as Deputy Assistant Secretary in this role, it's extremely valuable to have this range of intellectual input available to all of us here in the United States government. Assistant Secretary Dan Crittenbrink sends his regrets. He very much wanted to be here today to be a part of this important event. I know many of you are very good friends with Dan, and he is kept very busy working on a wide range of things today. As many of you saw, our new Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell, was just sworn in a few minutes ago. And so very exciting to see a new chapter there opening up as well. I wanted to maybe take a few minutes today to talk about the Trilateral as I see it from where I sit in the State Department. Some of the things we have done, some of the things I think we can continue to do, and maybe scout out a few ideas for how we can work together going forward as well. Of course, as we all know, the outcomes, the work from the Camp David Trilateral Summit did not emerge in a vacuum. It was conceived with the overarching goal of strategic cooperation among our three countries during, as Victor points out, a truly pivotal hinge point in our history, when geopolitical competition, the climate crisis, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and nuclear provocations test us all. At its core, the Camp David Trilateral Summit set a mandate for collaboration and strategic alignment. It is also a beacon of hope for international diplomacy, a reminder of the power of collective action in the face of adversity. Following that historic summit, we find ourselves at a critical juncture in our trilateral relationship. The challenges we face are diverse and complex, ranging from security threats and economic uncertainties to the urgent need for cooperation on climate action. The commitments we made and the vision we shared at Camp David lay the groundwork for a future of consultations, high-level engagements, dialogues, security cooperation, including broadening cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, deepening economic and technology cooperation, expanding global health, and people-to-people cooperation. That's one that I always feel deeply in my heart, the people-to-people cooperation, having benefited from a couple of different cooperative programs in the region, as I know so many of my colleagues at the State Department did. So it's imperative that we understand the challenges and opportunities and continue to move with a sense of urgency and purpose, ensuring that our three countries' collective efforts translate into real and tangible outcomes, and that everyone with a vested interest in the relationship understands the full mandate of the Camp David Summit. So I'd like to highlight some of these commitments and maybe give a few thoughts by way of update on what we've been up to since the summit. I think first I'd like to point to one of the most immediate outcomes from the Camp David vision, which was the trilateral commitment to consult. Recognizing the United States' network of partners and allies is the cornerstone of maintaining peace, stability, and prosperity, our collective leadership understood the vital need for trilateral cooperation. American alliances and partnerships are our greatest asset, and leading with diplomacy means standing shoulder to shoulder with these allies and partners. Our countries have committed to consult with one another expeditiously to coordinate responses to regional challenges, provocations, and threats that affect our collective interests and security. The summit was a culmination of numerous meetings between foreign ministers, defense ministers, national security advisors, and other senior officials across the government. And we saw, indeed, that commitment to consult put into action just a few weeks after the summit, when our national security advisors did a three-way call coming out of a set of provocations in the region. So just shortly after the Trilateral was announced, we were already moving forward with real-world coordination. We spent the last 6 months then building on that and making sure that the trilateral cooperation was institutionalized across the United States government. Not merely a top-down thing, but really at every layer of government and then across a wide range of government agencies. So it really extends beyond the high-profile meetings of leaders and foreign ministers, encompassing a wide range of initiatives and dialogues across various levels and sectors. For example, on the sidelines of APEC, Secretary Blinken met with Japanese Foreign Minister Kamikawa and then ROK Foreign Minister Pak in San Francisco. The three discussed the importance of greater economic cooperation and efforts to enhance trilateral efforts in strengthening regional security, promoting economic prosperity, and advancing a free and open Indo-Pacific. Secretary of Defense Austin, the ROK National Defense Minister and the Japanese Minister of Defense convened a trilateral ministerial meeting on November 12th, where they discussed shared regional security concerns and reviewed the implementation of the trilateral security cooperation lines of effort that were determined at Camp David. On December 9th, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with counterparts for the fourth Trilateral National Security Advisors meeting of the Biden-Harris administration. And of course, I'm sure as you all know, we have a fantastic opportunity this year in the UN Security Council with both the ROKs and Japan on the Security Council. And our teams in New York are consulting and making sure that they have the mechanisms in place so that they can move quickly to push forward with close consultation. And we very much look forward to working trilaterally, and particularly during Japan's presidency in March and South Korea's presidency in June. Then in January 5th, Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink hosted a trilateral Indo-Pacific dialogue along with his counterparts to share the Indo-Pacific views on opportunities for cooperation, with a particular emphasis on partnership with Southeast Asian and Pacific Island countries. At that time, we committed to trilateral maritime and law enforcement cooperation with a focus for capacity building for Southeast Asia and Pacific Island countries. We also committed to taking action to combat climate change and engaging with Indo-Pacific partners on issues ranging from communications technology, cybersecurity, and emerging technology. These various forms of cooperation underscore the commitment of the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea to a comprehensive partnership that addresses both immediate and long-term challenges to the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Of course, we are committed to working trilaterally as well to address DPRK Russia military cooperation, which serves to only prolong Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, undermine the global non-proliferation regime, embolden North Korea's reckless inclinations, and violates multiple UN Security Council resolutions. We are particularly grateful to Ambassador Sung Kim for all of the recent work he did as U.S. Special Representative for DPRK, and really throughout his entire illustrious career in the region. He was working hard to consult and raise communication between our three countries, really to quite unparalleled heights. So thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We are pursuing a calibrated approach to the DPRK's escalatory actions based on the degree of threat they pose to the United States and our allies. We continue to consult closely with the Republic of Korea, Japan, and other partners and allies about how to best engage the DPRK, deter aggression, and coordinate international responses to the DPRK's violations of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. The United States has been clear. We seek dialogue with Pyongyang, and we seek it without preconditions. We remain committed to diplomacy, even as the DPRK launches an unprecedented number of ballistic missiles and increases tension through harsh rhetoric and other provocations. We have also been clear that we will seek to cooperate on humanitarian issues, regardless of the status of missile-related discussions and other discussions. Our trilateral cooperation with Japan and the Republic of Korea is essential as the foundation of our partnership, and particularly in the security field. But that's not the only thing that makes this relationship so consequential. We are also intensifying our economic partnership. Japan and the Republic of Korea are the top investors in the United States, supporting hundreds of thousands of US jobs in critical sectors like semiconductors, EV batteries, biotech, solar, and much more. So our three countries remain committed to working closely together to expand information sharing and enhance policy coordination on possible disruptions to global supply chains, as well as to better prepare us to confront and overcome economic coercion. We cooperate closely under the Minerals Security Partnership to secure critical minerals to support the clean energy transition while upgrading environmental and labor practices. We are working to enhance cooperation on technology protection measures to prevent the cutting-edge technologies we develop from being illegally exported or stolen abroad. To that end, we conducted inaugural exchanges between the U.S. Disruptive Technology Strike Force and Japanese and Republic of Korea counterparts to deepen information sharing and coordination across our enforcement agencies. We will also continue to strengthen trilateral cooperation on export controls to prevent our technologies from being diverted for military or dual-use capabilities that could potentially threaten international peace and security. We are seeing encouraging trilateral cooperation beyond governments as well. This is, for me, very, very exciting. In Davos, the University of Tokyo, Seoul National University, and the University of Chicago signed a letter of intent to enhance their trilateral quantum cooperation. This agreement expands on existing quantum initiatives, including IBM's collaboration with the University of Chicago and the University of Tokyo on a quantum-centric supercomputer, and Google's quantum R&D efforts. Additionally, IBM plans to train 40,000 students in quantum technologies through partnerships with 5 universities, promoting a global quantum ecosystem and reinforcing the commitment among the 3 countries to advance quantum research and workforce development. At Camp David, our 3 countries acknowledge the crucial role of artificial intelligence as a potentially transformative technology and affirmed our respective efforts to help shape international governments on AI and ensure safe, secure, and trustworthy AI in line with our shared democratic values. As you know, one of President Biden's important initiatives is the Cancer Moonshot to accelerate progress in the fight against cancer. Preventing cancer incidents and deaths and improving treatment is critical, especially as our 3 countries see increasing cancer rates even among young people. This is an important area for trilateral cooperation, as we can leverage our collaboration to make important advancements in cancer research and cancer treatment. At Camp David, our leaders agreed on the importance of working together to combat foreign information manipulation as well. This work is particularly vital now in the digital age, where information can spread rapidly and influence public opinion, elections, and indeed national security. By leveraging our collective strengths, we can enhance our defense against foreign information manipulation and safeguard our democratic values and processes. We signed 2 separate memoranda with the Republic of Korea, as well as with Japan, on increasing our cooperation in this area just in December. These new arrangements constitute a commitment by our partners to work bilaterally and multilaterally to build resilience toward the common security threat of foreign information manipulation. We welcome this shared recognition as the foundation for our future cooperation in this space. And on the same day that President Biden's Trilateral Leaders Summit with Japan and the Republic of Korea, the United States hosted both countries on the margins of the APEC Women in the Economy Forum in Seattle to further this engagement. During that discussion, all 3 governments agreed to convene a 2024 conference on women's economic empowerment in Washington, D.C. Our team, the department, is currently hard at work planning for this event to take place in the 2nd or 3rd quarter of this year, and we look forward to continuing the discussion on issues related to women's leadership in STEM fields, the care economy, and many other issues. We also are continuing to deepen our cooperation as it relates to youth. The United States Department of State, in partnership with the Ministry of Education in the Republic of Korea and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan, in collaboration with the East-West Center, will host the 1st annual U.S. ROK-Japan Trilateral Global Leadership Youth Summit in Busan in July. Again, the person-to-person ties that we are working on in this trilateral context, I think, is really fundamental to what we're doing, because these are 3 countries that are connected through shared values, rooted in democracy, and bringing people together and bringing them closer, as I have experienced myself throughout my career, is absolutely fundamental to the foundation on which our cooperation is based. So I think, looking back between Camp David and now, we've come a long way. We've done a lot. And I know that everyone in this room has also put in a lot of time and effort to make contributions to advancing this work. Going forward, then, I want to continue to dedicate my time and resources to identifying new areas of cooperation, further deepening the existing areas that we have. And as I do that, I very much look forward to the intellectual input, thoughts, ideas, and energy from the members of this forum and really across the academic world. I have found it to be extremely valuable. It informs my work every single day. And so I'd like to perhaps challenge all of you to do what I'm trying to do every day and be flexible, creative, and ready to take on new ideas, ready to take on perhaps even long-standing challenges in new ways. And I commit myself and the time of the Assistant Secretary, Crittenbrink, as well, to making sure we do everything we can to make this trilateral a success. Thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I look forward to hearing the outcomes of the conversations, and thank you very much. Good luck today.
Now we are going to take a short break for 5 minutes and then start the first session starting from 9:25. Thank you very much.
Okay, if we could get started with the first panel on North Korea and extended deterrence. We want to thank Mr. Koepcke for his opening remarks. A great way to start off the day on talking about different ways of cooperating on trilateral relations. We really have a wonderful discussion set up here for the first panel in session one with National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han, Ambassador Sung Kim, and Ambassador Masafumi Ishii. Let me properly introduce them before we begin. I'll start with Dr. Kim Sung-han, who you all know very well, is currently Professor of International Relations at the Graduate School of International Studies at Korea University. He served as President Yoon's National Security Advisor from 2022 to 2023, and in many ways was one of the architects of the trilateral relationship that eventually culminated in the Camp David Summit. Prior to that, he also served in government as Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade from 2012 to 2013. He has a number of other distinctions. If I went through all of them, we would exhaust all the time on our panel. So I'll just say that he served as director of the Ilmin Institute for International Relations at Korea University, was dean of GSIS for 4 years, from 2017 to 2021. And prior to that, had a long career at the Institute for Foreign Affairs and National Security. I think that's when we first met. Like back in 1995 or 96 when you were at IFANS. So it's really a distinct pleasure to host him here at CSIS. I think this is your first time at CSIS since leaving the government, so we're very happy to have you here. Joining us on the screen from somewhere tropical, it looks like, is Ambassador Masafumi Ishii, who is a special adjunct professor of the Faculty of Law at Gakushuin University in Japan. He is a former ambassador to Indonesia and retired from the Japanese Foreign Service in 2021, having served there for more than 40 years. He's held many posts in government prior to his retirement as Director of Policy Planning, Special Assistant to the Foreign Minister, Director General for Global Issues and Legal Advisors. He spent time here in DC, where he served twice, London, Belgium, and NATO as well. And he was in Jakarta for almost 4 years. It looks like you're still in Jakarta, Masa. Your back screen there, in Bali maybe. and then, of course, joining us is our good friend, Ambassador Sung Kim, who is Senior Fellow at the U.S Korean Studies Institute, a Senior Advisor for the Hyundai Motor Group, as well as to Bae Kim and Lee Law Firm. He is a former ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia, Korea, and the Philippines, and also served as the U.S. Special Representative for DPRK. He was also Acting Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian Pacific Affairs, and has had a long and illustrious career in the Foreign Service, and a good old friend as well. I think we met. I think before they even had computers. I think back in the late 1980s, early 1990s. So it's great to have three very good friends and very experienced diplomats joining us for this session. I think the way we'll start is we'll ask each of them. I think each of them have a short opening statement, so we will begin that way and then move into a conversation. So I'd like to start with National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han.
Thank you, Victor, for inviting me to this excellent gathering of experts. As you may agree, the primary task that the United States, Japan, and ROK face in common is the North Korean nuclear issue. The door to dialogue is always open, but in situations where North Korea refuses dialogue and instead accelerates its nuclear and missile development, we have to continue economic pressure on North Korea. In addition, cyber pressure is also needed. North Korea continues its nuclear missile programs with funds obtained by hacking the cryptocurrency market, so cyber pressure is needed to block this illegal activity. Furthermore, human rights pressure on North Korea is needed. When North Korean residents become aware of the reality of nuclear development that neglects the people's livelihood, their anger level against the North Korean regime will rise sharply, and the North Korean regime will be seized with fear. Therefore, denuclearization and human rights, which I believe are the two sides of the same coin, they constitute the task that the international community, including ROK, U.S. And Japan, must pursue together. In a situation where North Korea is accelerating the advancement of its nuclear missile capabilities, the most important thing is to strengthen deterrent measures against North Korean nuclear missiles. So ROK and the United States agreed after close consultations to create NCG, Nuclear Consultative Group, through the Washington Declaration at the summit in April last year. Through the NCG, the United States has laid a foundation for managing the nuclear weapons operation process with ROK. NCG aims to strengthen the operations of the ROK-U.S. alliance's extended deterrence by focusing on intelligence sharing, command and control coordination, and joint planning and execution of nuclear operations. Most importantly, it is notable that a high-level standing consultative body for consulting and discussing nuclear strategy and planning nuclear operations was established for the first time by our two allies. And during the second session of NCG, ROK and the United States agreed to complete the establishment of guidelines on shared nuclear strategy and conduct joint military exercises this summer, simulating nuclear attacks from the north. If working level consultations between the two countries are conducted in depth, it is expected that ROK-US will be able to draft a kind of a joint nuclear operational plans. In addition, I would say the main premise of ROK-US-Japan cooperation is that liberal international order will be maintained. However, as you may know, there is a concern in the international community that the United States is reducing its leadership role despite US-China strategic competition and strategic uncertainties in Europe, Middle East, and Asia. In this light, ROK and Japan, I believe, must assume a kind of a role of upholding the basic principles of the liberal international order in such an arena as G20 and APEC. Finally, since ROK and Japan have alliances with the United States respectively, trilateral security cooperation will be more effective than bilateral ones. It is realistic for ROK, US, and Japan to play a central role in deterrence and defense against North Korea and responding to non-traditional security threats in the Indo-Pacific region. Since ROK and Japan, along with Australia and New Zealand, are global partners of NATO, ROK, US, Japan have the partnership or potential to play a pivotal role, not only at the regional level, but also at the global level. Furthermore, ROK, US, Japan trilateral cooperation is essential to unification of the Korean Peninsula, despite North Korea's strategic shift to so-called Two Korea policy. At the Camp David summit, the leaders of those three countries expressed support for unification. The joint statement included the phrase support for, quote, a unified Korea that is free and at peace, end quote. Unification of the Korean Peninsula means the emergence of a unified Korea that shares the values with the United States and Japan. Against this backdrop, I hope the ROK, U.S. and Japan.
Their unhappiness about this to DPRK. And as we all know, DPRK's money laundering is reported to have been taking place in Southeast Asia. So that has been addressed as well. So that's my second point. We need to work on Southeast Asia using their traditional relation with DPRK for working on DPRK and deal with the money laundering. The third area, I think we need to expand scopes of bilateral, multilateral, practical cooperation. I think we have done a lot already in the trilateral context, but planning for Taiwan contingency in Japan, U.S. ROK context will be very important. And becoming more ready for a series of joint exercises is also very important. It was announced last December among three leaders that we have set up multi-year schedule for joint exercise among Japan, U.S. and ROK. So practical steps required for more joint exercise is the conclusion of AXA, Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement between Japan and ROK. Or, if politically easier, trilateral, Japan, ROK, U.S. AXA. I think that would smooth up the operation of the joint exercise. Number three is the joint development of weapon system should be a win-win cooperation between the two countries, and it's very important. And work as window for NATO-Asia cooperation is another area where we can cooperate. First, I think we will try to establish NATO office in Tokyo, and once that is done, we are happy to welcome Republic of Korea, Australia, and New Zealand representatives to Tokyo as part of the NATO office. That's number three, practical cooperation. Number four, now it gets a little bit difficult or carried away. And I think together we cannot do without this element. That is, together we should be prepared to survive Trump 2.0 while maintaining U.S. deterrence. I think what does our experience of Trump 1.0 tell us? In my mind, there are a few things. Though Trump likes to make U.S. military the strongest in the world, he is extremely cautious in using U.S. troops abroad. And I believe even Iran thinks in that way. And number two, which is more important, that is, he is indifferent to Taiwan. Though he will be tough on China, he may not understand the importance of fighting for the defense of Taiwan against China, which means the loss of a lot of U.S. servicemen. Number three, though neither China or Taiwan nor the United States would like to have military confrontation over Taiwan now, there are two cases where China is likely to start it. First case, when Taiwan declares independence. So I think everybody is careful not to make it happen. But there's a second case, that is, if it becomes clear that the U.S. does not intend to defend Taiwan at the time of crisis, I think temptation on the part of China is too big to resist. And my feeling is Trump may make this second case happen even without realizing it. So we have to be really careful for that possibility. And next thing is the simple principle behind his action. You say MAGA, right? M-A-G-A. But I think reality is, I call M2GA, MMGA. That is make me great again, not make America great again. Make me great again. So to convince him, you need to tell him that this is good for him. And Taiwan has to tell this to Trump about its defense. And the second principle is right on the tide. Right on the tide. Never go against the tide because he has no strong principle to do so. And for Ukraine, for example, this means stop of U.S. assistance, I'm afraid. And he was once about to withdraw USFK. And we all know Trump 2.0 is all revenge. I think he may try to do it again. And we need to realize that if USFK is gone, I think USFJ will have to go as well. That means when Taiwan is in real trouble, the alliances are badly weakened. So what should we do together to stop these disasters from happening? Number one, I think we need, as I said, Trump is going to ride on the tide. So we need to create a tide justifying the defense of Taiwan, and Japan, US, UK, US ROK alliances are crucial for that purpose. So this means we need to launch some kind of joint influence operation in a legal way. We are different from Russia, so we don't do an illegal influence operation, but we need to do it in a legal way in the United States. And Japan ROK plus those most affected, meaning Taiwan, the Philippines, and Australia. We need to launch an influence operation in Washington, D.C., so that Trump feels that there's a trend supporting the defense of Taiwan and the indispensableness of Japan-US ROK alliance for that purpose. And, but there is one word of caution in my mind based upon the experience from Trump 1.0, that is, be careful about the increase of host nation support. In Trump 1.0, I think we are asked to do it, but that may work counterproductively. The point is, if you increase your defense effort and host nation support, rather than securing commitment of the US, that may make Trump believe that allies can do it by themselves and no need for the US alliance. So we really have to be really careful about when we do the increase of host nation support and the strengthening of our own defense effort. This brings me to the last point, that is it about time to talk to DPRK? I think strategic patience did not work and did some harm, to be frank. DPRK's military strength has been enhanced without much meaningful control. Trust of allies to the US extended deterrence is weakened, and there's a threat perception gap. There's a new dimension, as I said. DPRK is helping Russia for continuing the Ukraine war. So with the US-EU assistance to Ukraine stalled, real damage is done in terms of Russia's capability for continuing and winning the war. So what can be done? I think how about resuming the six-party talk? Of course, this is no time for appeasement, as Sun Han said. So six-party talk will be with limited scope if it is resumed. I think maybe the objective should be slow down DPRK-Russia cooperation over the Ukraine war. Six-party six-party used to be one-man show of China, as we all know. I think Sun Kim knows this very well. But now, Russia has become a new player. Their interests, Russian interests and Chinese interests are not the same. So the question is, can we let them compete with each other for the influence over DPRK? One wild thought is, how about buying DPRK's weapons, going to Russia and sell them to Ukraine? I think the USA under Trump 2.0 may become without control, if unchecked. So by including the USA in six-party talk, we may have a better influence on the United States, and DPRK feels more pressure anyway. Sorry, I don't think you saw my slide, but I have shared this with your secretariat, so if somebody wants to get my slides, you can get a copy from them. Thank you, I spoke too long, but thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Masa. We could actually see the slides from about your second slide that we were able to see them. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Okay, and now let me go to Ambassador Sung Kim for some opening remarks as well. Sung?
Thanks very much, Victor. It's wonderful to be with all of you, with old friends, familiar faces. Although I have to say, I think I would rather be with Masa and wherever he is. looks more like Bali than Washington, D.C. So I think many of you know that I left the public service just recently, December 31st, 2023, in fact. And this is my first appearance since leaving the public service. And obviously, I couldn't think of any better venue than CSIS with my old friend Victor. Although I think I was looking for a topic that would allow me to say some more interesting and more provocative things. In fact, when Sid and I were in the government together, we often joked that wouldn't it be nice to be out of the government and say what we really think about these issues? But I find that with this topic, trilateral cooperation between the United States, ROK, and Japan, I'm in wild agreement with everything that Director Sung-han said already, and I think largely what my good friend Masa has said as well. Although I'm still tied to my government habits, so I think I'll refrain from commenting on his Trump 2.0 slide. But everything else, I'm in wild agreement. I think we all agree that trilateral cooperation is good not only for the three countries, but it's good for the region, and in fact, in the global context. I mean, if you look at what's been happening globally, all the bad news that we have suffered for the past few years, really, trilateral cooperation that we've seen in the past years so is the highlight. And I think the challenge going forward, and Robert earlier in his welcome remarks mentioned this, is how do we maintain this positive momentum that our three leaders have given us at the historic Trilateral Summit in Camp David less than a year ago. I'm sure you have memorized the text, but on my ride over from my hotel, I read the Trilateral Summit statement again, and it's a fabulous document. It really captures extremely well and eloquently all of the things that the three countries can work on together and all the contributions that the three countries can make for global prosperity and peace and stability. I do think a couple of things going forward. One is to do as much as we can to institutionalize all the good ideas that have been put forward, whether it's military exercises or expanding trilateral cooperation into other areas like, as Sung-han highlighted, the need to cooperate in the cyber context much more closely, because we know that the DPI continues to exploit that area. And to venture into other non-security areas as well, health cooperation, education, so many areas that could benefit from strong trilateral cooperation among the United States, Japan, and the ROK. And I really do believe that there is strong commitment among the three governments to do exactly that. Again, Robert highlighted so many areas that we're looking at now. And I think you will see concrete action on many of those fronts going forward. On the DPRK, as both Masa and Sung-han indicated, I think we're obviously open to dialogue. We've said it repeatedly. Even now, after leaving government, I think I say it every night before I go to sleep, that we are indeed open to dialogue, meaningful negotiation aimed at complete denuclearization. My sense is that the DPRK remains uninterested, and they continue to focus on provocations and developing their illegal programs. And this is why it's even more critical that our three governments continue to focus on strengthening our extended deterrent cooperation and trilateral cooperation more broadly. I remain optimistic because I think there is such a strong consensus, not just among our political leaders. And by the way, I think our three leaders do deserve great credit for moving the process forward so meaningfully, even before the summit, but since the Camp David summit. Bureaucrats remain committed, and I think there's strong consensus and support from the broader audience that the three countries need to work together more closely. And I agree with Masa's point about trying to include others to reinforce our efforts, whether it's Southeast Asian countries, like as he mentioned, from the Philippines and Indonesia, and to look for opportunities to support the ROK's aspirations to be a more global player. I think that would be a great thing for the region and beyond, and we should look for opportunities to support Seoul's aspirations. So anyway, I look forward to a good discussion, but I have to say this is an easy topic because more the better and deeper the better, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of trilateral cooperation. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Sung. So really an interesting set of opening remarks. I'd like to start by picking up on a theme that I heard coming from both Sung-han and Masa, which is the increasing responsibility that Japan and Korea have to play in terms of being upholders of the liberal international order. Suggested implicit, or actually explicit in Masa's remarks, implicit in Sung-han's is this question of the role of the United States and whether it can continue to play sort of this role as the hegemon. I think Masa's term was no longer burden sharing, but challenge sharing. So I guess to the three of you, I'd like to ask you to sort of expand on that. Is this something that I'm just imagining, or are there real concerns about the resiliency of the U.S. commitment? And then also to the three of you, I think we are in entire agreement that Camp David and everything that follows from it really has been historic. Whenever we hear Kurt Campbell speak about it, he really does give a tremendous amount of credit to both Japan and particularly President Yoon in South Korea, and is constantly trying to lobby for the world to recognize sort of the role that these two countries have played in this trilateral effort. And as Sung said, the idea now is to institutionalize it, but I guess the sort of part B of the question is sustainability, right? Sustainability because, it's not a secret that we have, certainly we have elections in Korea in April, we have elections here in November, and most likely an election in Japan, or at least at a minimum an LDP election in Japan by September. So why don't we start with that question, sustainability, and then confidence in the U.S. role. So Sung-han, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I pointed out the liberal international order is kind of a basic premise for our trilateral cooperation. By the way, many experts are pointing out the U.S. itself is kind of a stumbling block for the sustainability of the liberal international order. That may be true or not, but actually as a beneficiary of a liberal international order, Korea and Japan need to do something more to uphold this liberal international order, particularly in many multilateral arenas, such as APEC as well as G20. By the way, United States, if you still compare power of the United States and power of PRC, the GDP of PRC is just 2/3 of U.S. and the defense budget is slightly more than half of U.S. Even though even though you double the official budget of PRC. When it comes to U.S.-China strategic competition, this is not going to be a war of being terminated in a couple of years. So you need to have kind of a long-term vision to win if you are interested in winning the war with PRC. So United States needs to come up with kind of a long-term vision, which means the United States power in possession is not to be distinguished from power in use. Sometimes the United States should be ready to use that power. Otherwise, United States kind of mid to long-term kind of national interests are likely to be endangered. So if we, three of us, can share that kind of starting point. I think United States, thinking about evolving strategic environment around the world could be adjusted to this kind of a very volatile reality. Thank you.
And what about sustainability elections?
Upcoming U.S. presidential elections?
Or your elections also in April. Like, do these things impact the sustainability of Trilateral?
Many people are expressing concerns about the outcome of U.S. presidential election, but when it comes to policy and policy changes, you have to look into evolving policy environment. If you compare, for example, Trump period, and now, I think now the North Korea's nuclear and missile capabilities are a lot more advanced, and the Russian factor has emerged, and the ROK-U.S.-Japan trilateral cooperation has been strengthened. So policy environment has been totally changed. So I think, even if one of U.S. presidential candidate might be thinking the other way, like neo-isolationist, or somewhat neglecting the importance of alliances, I think if three of us can make very much cool-headed assessment of the policy environment, I think we are likely to reach some sort of a consensus that could guarantee sustainability.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you. Masa, what are your views on this, on sustainability and elections? And
I think the first point about how we see the U.S. using its own strengths, I think I agree with Seung-han, and I think U.S. is still the only superpower in the world. So the problem is whether U.S. is ready to use it or not. And I do see increase of unwillingness for using it, which is in a sense pity. That of course comes with the decline of the deterrence power. And I think saying even before the Ukraine crisis happened that the U.S. is not going to get involved is not the best way to sort of ensure the deterrence. And I think when retaliating to the killing of 3 U.S. servicemen in Jordan, state even before you do it that you're not going to bombard Iran. Of course, you're not going to bombard Iran, but saying it in advance is, I think, that will be seen as a sign of weakness. And I think by saying that, I think the deterrence power towards Iran has been really weakened. So I think, and now, as I said, we are living in the world where the importance of the global south is increasing. I think now the rule of the game is to gain as many friends as possible so that we can create majority. I think majority making is very important. So in that regard, I think you need to go ahead and work on as many countries as possible by showing them that if they become close to us, they have nice things in reward. I think the United States did that in relation to such places as Angola, I understand. Angola used to be a big enemy for the United States, but now the relation is getting much better, and the U.S. has done a very good railway project in Angola, and Angola is supporting the conflict solution effort in the People's Republic of Congo. So I think this is a way, I think making majority is the rule of the game. So we should quickly move away from sanction regime and then come up with some sort of rewarding regime. That is the positive linkage. Reward if they do something good. Because sanction has divided the world. So if the world is divided, sanction cannot be effective. So I think you need to make these kind of fundamental changes. In other words, you need to be more willing to use your strengths for the purpose of creating majority. And then for doing that, I think you need to come up with some sort of positive linkage policy. That's what the U.S. has to do. And we are, in Japan, we are sort of waiting for these kind of change happen. And from that viewpoint, I'm afraid this is not good timing for, sorry about this, but this is not good timing for the arrival of a Trump 2.0 because he does not have that kind of a perspective, I think. And second point, Victor's point about sustainability. Well, this is a good thing about having retired for more than 3 years from the government. I think I can comfortably say that whoever comes after Prime Minister Kishida, if he has to go, he doesn't have to go. There is still possibility that he will stay, but if he has to go, but whoever comes in, I think will maintain the focused view about the importance of our trilateral cooperation. So I have no worry at all. So the real problem we are going to face more likely is I'm afraid, the one in the United States. Sorry.
Well, thanks, Masa. So, Sung, over to you. This whole question of elections, Trump 2.0, you had the opportunity to serve under President Trump as well when you were both ambassador, but also working on the Singapore and Hanoi summit. So, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's an important question, and that's why I emphasize the need to institutionalize all of these great activities that are planned, not just in the military, but more broadly as well. Because I think once whether it's military exercises or information sharing or cooperation in cyber, once we institutionalize and really establish firmly cooperative activities among the three countries, less likely that they will be affected by elections here, Tokyo, and the ROK. And I believe there is strong interest among the three governments to do exactly that, to make sure that we will in fact be able to continue with these activities, irrespective of what happens in elections. On the point about challenge sharing, burden sharing, I guess I look at it from a slightly different perspective. Yes, of course, everything is affected by what happens in the U.S. and what the U.S. decides to do in terms of using its leadership globally. But it's also true that irrespective of what Washington's perspective may be, the reality is that Japan and ROK are very important countries, and their stature, their power, their influence have continued to grow. So in that sense, it's only natural that there would be greater challenge sharing, burden sharing among the three countries, because we're dealing with two very powerful countries in Japan and the ROK. So yes, obviously we have to look at what's going to happen in terms of Washington's perspective going forward. But I would say, irrespective of what happens in November here, we should expect to see more, more an active role played by both Japan and the ROK in the global scene.
Great, thanks. Thanks very much. We will get to North Korea, but I want to ask a couple of more questions about the trilateral relationship. I have a whole bunch of questions, but one in particular is that listening to all of you, we've had some specific ideas put on the table about how to advance trilateral cooperation. Masa mentioned Korea joining the Quad, right? I think that was one of the things that you mentioned. Also mentioned the opening of the NATO office in Japan with Korea representation, AXA agreement. I would add to that questions about trilateral extended deterrence dialogues. And then I'd also add to that You can keep getting thumbs up from Masa. And then I would also add to that the idea of a Japan-Korea security declaration, a political declaration about overlapping security interests, not unlike what we saw Japan and Australia do in 2007. So you can pick any one of those and offer some thoughts of them, but those are sort of 5 specific ideas about advancing trilateral cooperation. Love to hear your thoughts on any one of those. Let's go in reverse order. So let's go to Masa first. There were the 3 that you mentioned, but then I added to that trilateral extended deterrence dialogue and then Japan-Korea bilateral security declaration. Your thoughts on any of those ideas?
I support every one of the initiatives you mentioned. And I think this relates to the Sun's point about institutionalizing trilateral relations. And doing these 5 initiatives will help the further institutionalization of our relations. So I think I will support them wholeheartedly. And I think they are very, not a low-hanging fruit, but they are very practical, meaningful next steps. I think you need to start something new and specific. And I think Victor's idea are all good.
Great. So that I understand, of course, that's your personal view, but I would love to sort of get your feel of where do you think the government of Japan, the public, is on sort of advancing trilateral cooperation. The response to Camp David, I think, has been pretty evident, but pushing the ball further down the field.
It's a difficult question for a retired diplomat, but of course we do have our own baggage, our own problem, and but I don't know. It's up to how DPRK behaves, and how, in a sense, the United States behaves. I think if we see sort of kind of departure of the United States from the region, weakening of its will to get and stay engaged, I think it makes more sense for us to go for the direction Victor, you were talking about. And I think the public will have some flexibility to accept those steps, because after all, I mean, the government has to be strong enough to be able to explain the rationale of doing that. For example, concluding AXA is just it's required to have a joint exercise, and we will have more of them to face with a more active North Korea. So I think, well, easiest way to put it is I expect North Korea to become more active in this year. Particularly after it becomes clear that Trump will be elected. So I think the explanation will become easier for the Japanese government for this initiative.
Great, thank you.
I may be a little bit too optimistic, but.
No, thank you very much. Sang.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, I mean, from my perspective, more the better, deeper the better. But I recognize that none of this is done in a vacuum. So we have to be sensitive to political considerations in both Tokyo and Seoul. I would say, as long as our two allies are comfortable with expanding, elevating cooperation to things like trilateral extended deterrence dialogue, there's no reason for Washington to be cautious about it. But we don't want to be unduly pressuring our good friends to engage in activities that are not sustainable politically at home. So, I mean, I realize there's a balancing aspect to some degree, but I think in general, more the better. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, both President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida deserve great credit for the efforts they have taken to stabilize relations between Korea and Japan, and I fully expect that those efforts will continue.
Sung-han.
It depends on Japan whether we are going to expand ROK-U.S. NCG to Trilateral one. I myself had a chance to talk to my Japanese counterpart about that issue when I was in the government. But this is a somewhat sensitive issue to Japan because NCG is about how to use nuclear weapons in a contingency situation. So from the Japanese perspective, this might provoke some domestic kind of discussions, if I may. So it depends on Japan. Okay, Korea is open-minded, so we need to think about whether we will have ROK-U.S. NCG and ROK-U.S. Japan Trilateral NCG respectively, or we can have Japan join ROK-U.S. NCG in a gradual manner. It depends on Japan, which requires somewhat closer cooperation or consultation beforehand. With respect to Quad, I really delight to hear from Masa that he is welcoming Korea joining Quad. But for now, Korea's position is that we are more interested in kind of a working group participation, like a critical emerging technology working group or climate change or public health working group. There are many working groups under Quad, right? And then we make some contribution to those activities so that we can build more trust from other member states. Even before that, Japan and other members are more interested in Korea joining Quad. I think ROK government will actively consider that path too. Finally, the NATO office in Japan, I think that is a very forward-looking idea. If it is realized, I think so-called AP4, ROK-Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, those four global partners of NATO need to take advantage of this office to consolidate and accelerate their cooperation and their contribution to resolving many of global challenges. As Masa pointed out, to share those global challenges, we need to think about some recipes and prescriptions.
All right, thank you. So I'm hearing from all of you that, of course, we have uncertainties down the road with regard to the domestic politics in each country, but that overall there, if anything, at a minimum, the environment around the region and in the world today is so compelling that that countries and leaderships need to continue to push in the direction of improving trilateral, especially as the bureaucracies are now institutionalizing all these channels of cooperation, creating muscle memory, if you will, among the three countries. Okay, let's move now to the wonderful topic of DPRK, North Korea. Maybe I'd like to start the discussion with, and I know Sid's going to talk a little bit about this at lunch, but there's been a lot of speculation in the media today about fundamental changes in North Korea, fundamental decisions that North Korea has made. As Sung-han said, dispensing with the notion of unification, calling South Korea now an adversary state. All of you are very experienced on this topic. I guess for our audience and for me, in all of your experience on this, reading North Korea, how much do you think there has been a fundamental change in North Korea, that they have somehow made a decision to pursue adversarial relations with South Korea? Some have even argued that they've made a fundamental decision to go to war. What are your views on this? How much has really changed? Do you agree with that particular assessment, or how else do you think about this? So why don't we start with you, Sung-an?
I don't think North Korea has made a strategic decision to go to war. I believe North Korea's strategic calculus remains unchanged, remains intact, in the sense that, first of all, North Korea's strategic calculus is as follows. First of all, North Korea needs to increase its nuclear arsenal, as many as possible, and complete its ICBM capability. And then United States will come to the negotiating table on which North Korea will transform it into kind of a nuclear arms control, not a denuclearization negotiation. And at the end, North Korea will be trading ICBM for North Korea, U.S. diplomatic normalization, while keeping a minimum number of nuclear warheads. I think that is North Korea's game plan. I still believe North Korea's game plan remains unchanged despite Kim Jong-un's harsh rhetorics in recent months. Early last year, Kim Jong-un promised to make the year of 2023 to prepare for a war and expand the war capacity of the republic, and also, pointed out the two-Korea policy as, calling the South as ROK. But from the North Korean point of view, if they, wage a war against the South, they will be messing up the whole game plan, because the United States will have to respond to that, active ways. Then North Korea will have to change its game plan too. So North Korea's kind of a realistic strategy is to threaten to wage a war, so that the South Korean people may feel United States is not coming to its assistance in a crisis. That is still the North Korean strategy, I believe.
So the strategy is still pretty much the same
As before.
As before. They've made these statements before, as you said, in 2023, beginning of 2023, and also that this is also a way to try to rattle. In many ways, it's a counter to the Washington Declaration and the NCG. Try to rattle confidence in the.
They try to, show that Biden's North Korea policy has been a total failure. And if I may, Kim Jong-un is trying to contribute something to make its own preferred candidate win the elections by demonstrating the negative aspects of the current administration's North Korea policy. So that is the context in which North Korea is working on.
Okay. Masa, your thoughts on whether there's been a fundamental change in DPRK position, whether they've made this decision to go to war?
I agree with everything Sung-han said. I think North Korea's foremost objective is survival. And then if you start war, that goes completely against that survival. So that basic calculation hasn't changed. So I was surprised to see Kim Jong-un giving up the principles maintained by his father and his grandfather. That is something strange to see in the Confucianism country like North Korea. But still, I don't think Kim Jong-un has given up any logical way of thinking about North Korea's survival. So I don't think there has been fundamental change. I don't think they made a strategic decision to go to war because that means the end of North Korea. As simple as that, I think.
Great, thanks. And then over to Sung. And if I can also add, Sung, to ask you, Mr. Koepcke, when he was here, sort of outlined the 4 principles of the U.S. position: calibrated approach, dialogue without preconditions, focus on diplomacy, as well as on humanitarian, despite the missile activity. So your thoughts on North Korea, but also on the prospects for diplomacy going forward in 2024. So.
Yeah, I mean, I also agree with Sung-Han and Masa that there hasn't been a fundamental shift in the DPRK's approach, and I certainly don't think they've made a decision to start a war with the ROK, because I think they know that it would be a grave mistake. But they will continue to pursue their WMD program with great commitment and vigor. In terms of prospects going forward, I wish I could be optimistic, but I'm not. I mean, we have seen no indication from Pyongyang of any interest in any meaningful dialogue with the United States or anybody else, possibly with the exception of the Russians. And I'm not sure if those dynamics will change anytime soon. In terms of the administration's policy, I think we've been very consistent, and as Robert Koepcke outlined, I mean, we have been open to dialogue, and we've made that point consistently, publicly and privately, to Pyongyang. They have not responded. We have offered humanitarian assistance, humanitarian cooperation, including in terms of dealing with the pandemic. They didn't show any interest. I mean, I expect that the administration will remain consistent with their overall approach on the DPRK. But, you know, we have used the word calibrated, so we'll make adjustments as necessary depending on what's happening on the ground in Pyongyang and on the peninsula. I mean, hopefully they will show some interest, but no indication at the moment, unfortunately.
And I mean, so you were involved, you know, intimately in, I mean, we worked on 6-party talks a long time ago. You were involved in the summitry, Hanoi and Singapore. How did we go from that to complete disinterest by North Korea in any sort of conversation with the United States?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, I mean, I was serving as ambassador to the Philippines when I was asked to help out with preparations for the Singapore summit, and this is June of 2018. And I supported some of the follow-up efforts, but I returned to my ambassadorship before the Hanoi summit, so I can't really speak about the Hanoi summit with any direct personal knowledge. I mean, I suspect, as often is the case with any development involving the DPRK, it's complicated, and there's a lot of speculation involved as to what happened from, you know, dramatic summit diplomacy to where we are now. I mean, my guess is that, you know, they were not happy with the results of the Hanoi summit, and that persuaded Kim Jong-un to move away from diplomacy. I suspect, like everything in life, the pandemic was in effect under the decisions regarding diplomacy. I mean, the DPRK was in a prison-like shutdown for the duration of the pandemic. It's pretty hard to do anything diplomatically if you're completely closed off from the outside. So I think that was a factor as well. I guess the important question is whether, you know, things will change enough that will compel Pyongyang to show any interest in diplomacy. I don't see any immediate prospects, but I mean, we have all experienced many interesting episodes with the DPRK, I wouldn't rule out the possibility that we may resume some meaningful negotiation with them in the future, but it's just very difficult to predict the conditions and the timing.
Right. Thanks. And Sung-Han, let me ask you, it was raised in the initial conversations. Any thoughts that you have on the absence of diplomacy, but also DPRK Russia is sort of it's the new variable in the equation now. The Biden administration, initially their talking points on this were, this is a problem, but it's not something that will determine the outcome on the battlefield. Their talking points have changed over time. They have taken this much more seriously, and rightfully so. I mean, if North Korea is providing millions of rounds of ammunition to Russia in the war, I mean, your thoughts on this, or what can be done about this, would be appreciated as well. So, thoughts on diplomacy, and then on DPRK Russia.
I'm much very concerned about Russian North Korea connections, military cooperation in particular. For example, if you compare Hwasong 18 ICBM with Russian SS-27, they are virtually the same. And after two failures, North Korea successfully launched its, the surveillance satellite last November. So what I'm concerned about is the next stage, such as, the resolution of the lens of the satellite. North Korea is pretty weak in making those lenses. There are virtually no facilities, factories of making those lenses. So that requires Russian assistance. And also North Korea appears to be interested in nuclear powered submarine, from which they can launch the cruise missiles. And also, North Korea is very much interested in Russian technology of re-entry. As you know, the ICBM re-entry technology requires very sophisticated at the surface of nuclear warheads, which is called the carbon-carbon technology, and also automated, the precision system, so that North Korea may maintain its trajectory so that they can strike the target precisely. So many avenues away for Russian North Korea technological cooperation. I don't think Russia is crossing so-called the red lines like those. I think it's not going to do so. I believe Biden administration is also sending very serious signals to the Russian government not to do so. So I think, and also Russia has to think about some future scenario in which they will improve relations with the U.S. So I think if Russia is rational enough, they will restrain themselves to provide certain amount of technical assistance to DPRK, so that we are not take it as a serious violation of the crossing of the red line.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are almost out of time, but let me see if I can quickly grab maybe two questions from the audience, and I'll use that as a platform to allow our speakers to offer any final comments. So are there any questions from the audience? Really, no questions? Oh, yes, here. Yes, please. Could you introduce yourself and ask your question?
Microphone.
We need a microphone. Oh, right there.
Hello, my name is Risa Mizaki, and I'm an exchange student at the Georgetown SFS. My question is, you've mentioned that strengthening the trilateral cooperation will serve to increase security instead of decreasing it through provocation, and could you expand on why you think that is, despite the increase in, for example, military operations? Thank you.
When you say you, do you mean which country do you mean? All three countries?
Sorry, all three countries.
All
yes.
three countries, okay. All right, so that's the first question. Second question, please.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. I'm thinking that the U.S. nuclear umbrella is a lot thinner than anybody imagines, and that there's essentially no circumstance in which we would flatten Pyongyang, even if they flattened Washington. And so I want you guys to explore the possibility, even probability, that South Korea will indeed go its own way, and to what extent the U.S. will apply pressure to make sure that doesn't happen, so that South Korea never acquires its own nuclear deterrent.
Okay, so those two questions. One is the extent to which the trilateral cooperation is increasing security or decreasing security, and then the question of South Korea and nuclear future for South Korea. So why don't we work in reverse order? So why don't we start with Masa?
I guess responding to what North Korea has been doing, I think we require to, the rule of the game at this time, from our viewpoint, is increasing deterrence. So I think it's important for us to show to North Korea that if they continue to do something very bad, they will have to face with a stronger alliance among the three. And that's exactly what we are doing. And I think that's increasing security from our viewpoint. Because as we discussed, North Korea doesn't like it, but North Korea cannot start war anyway. So I think to make the war happen more unlikely is to come up with stronger deterrence and defense. So I think we are doing all the right things. And ROK becoming nuclear, I'm not the guy to talk about it, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sam.
Thank you for the question. I mean, not surprisingly, I believe very strongly that our trilateral cooperation promotes security among the three countries and beyond. The military exercises, training that we do together, information sharing, all contributes to us dealing more effectively with the threat posed by the DPRK, and I think that strengthens our security. In terms of the possibilities for the ROK going nuclear, I mean, I can understand why there is such a robust public debate. Obviously, there's frustration and concern about the lack of progress on the North Korean nuclear issue, which prompts people to raise the question, is it time for the ROK to go nuclear as well? I mean, I think Washington's perspective has been quite clear. We don't think it's necessary. In fact, we believe that it could be counterproductive. And that we're doing everything possible to ensure the ROK's security against the DPRK threat, and that will obviously continue. I think the three leaders made very clear that U.S. nuclear extended deterrent commitment to the ROK and Japan is ironclad, and that will not change.
Right, Sang-Han.
You know, trilateral security cooperation used to be emphasized even when Korea-Japan didn't have such a good relationship. That's why DPRK as well as even China tried to drive a wedge between ROK and Japan and even ROK and the United States. So that's why Yoon government made a strategic decision to improve our bilateral relationship with Japan, so that that kind of attempts should be prevented. And also, we are well poised to contribute a lot of things to improving, non-traditional security environment in the Indo-Pacific region. That is one of our key, the missions of our trilateral security cooperation. And lastly, I myself, when I was in the government, scrutinized some options together with my counterpart Jake Sullivan as well as NSC's team. Many options, but ROK going nuclear, nuclear sharing or NCG, and redeployment of tactical nuclear weapons back to ROK, and a combination of nuclear and conventional weapon systems. We decided to pursue NCG, but the problem is still the trust level is not very high. Recently, Che Institute for Advanced Studies conducted a survey by commissioning Gallup, but still more than 70% of South Korean people support South Korea going nuclear. Out of frustration about North Korea getting more hawkish and threatening war. So that's why we have much more ample reason to demonstrate our NCG is still very much reliable, and we need to, if necessary, if Japan wishes expanded to include Japan, so that trilateral extended deterrence mechanism will be working together. This kind of additional efforts are needed so that South Korean people may see the need to still abide by the NPT regime.
Thank you. Really a terrific discussion. So please join me in thanking our panelists, National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han, Ambassador Sung Kim, Ambassador Ma Se-shi for joining us this morning. We will move directly into the next panel. So if we could have the participants come up. Audience, if you need to grab a cup of coffee or anything, please do so. But we'll make a transition here.
So I'm leaving you now. Enjoy the conference.
Thanks, Masa. Thanks.
Thanks for joining the second panel of today's public conference on U.S. ROK-Japan Trilateral Cooperation. My name is Ellen Kim. I am Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Korea Chair here at CSIS. In the previous session, we discussed about the ways for U.S. ROK-Japan to work together and expand their trilateral cooperation, especially in the face of growing security challenges from North Korea. In the second panel, we are moving beyond the Korean Peninsula and looking at this intense tension, escalating tensions between China and Taiwan, and ways for the U.S. ROK-Japan to think about and work together to maintain peace and stability in the region. Today, I'm joined by an excellent panelist from the United States, South Korea, and Japan. It's my great pleasure to introduce each of them. First, on my left is Dr. Cho Sung-min. He is a professor of the Daniel Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, an academic institute of the U.S. Department of State Defense based in Hawaii. His area of expertise covers Korea-China Peninsula, China-Korean Peninsula relations, North Korea's nuclear program, and U.S. alliance in East Asia. Next is Dr. Rumi Aoyama. She is a director of the Waseda Institute of Contemporary Chinese Studies and also the professor at the Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies at the Waseda University. She specialized in China's contemporary foreign policy and politics. Last but not least is my colleague Brian Hart, who is a fellow with the China Power Project at CSIS. Due to some personal emergency, my colleague Bonnie Lin cannot be participate, but in her place, Brian kindly decided to join us at the last minute. So thank you so much for joining. Brian is also helps to lead the Hidden Reach, a CSIS special initiative that shines light on the underappreciated sources of Chinese influences through open source data and satellite imagery. His research focused primarily on Chinese foreign policy and security policy, Chinese military modernization, U.S.-China policy, and Taiwan security issues. So thank you everyone for joining us today. And before we begin, let me just say that this is the first time for the Korea Chair to have this, to discuss the cross-strait China relations as a standalone public discussion topic. So for the audience, those in the audience who may not have followed this issue closely, I'd like to ask our panelists to give some initial remarks on how each of their respective countries actually view these issues between Taiwan and China and their possible conflict between them. So let me start with maybe Brian, maybe? Thanks.
Well, I don't know if this is on. Yeah. Thanks, everyone, for having me. Thanks to the Korea Chair, and thanks, Ellen, for moderating. Glad to be here. I think this is a crucial topic. I think it makes a lot of sense that you all are having this discussion on China and Taiwan in the context of U.S.-Japan ROK ties. I figured I would just kind of set the scene by talking broadly about the trajectory of U.S.-Taiwan relations and then pivot a little bit to how Beijing has been responding. So just to start off with some of the basics, if you ever hear U.S. officials talk about U.S.-Taiwan relations, you'll hear them use this kind of mantra of the U.S. One China policy is based on the U.S.-Taiwan or the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. There's really decades of policy that's remained consistent on U.S. approach to Taiwan and our One China policy. Officially, U.S. policy on Taiwan is that we acknowledge Beijing's position that Taiwan is part of China, but we don't make an actual position, we don't recognize that position, and we don't have an official position on Taiwan's sovereignty. And the U.S. policy is really focused on pushing all sides to resolve this issue peacefully and without coercion. And so U.S. policy is focused on, the Taiwan Relations Act provides mechanisms and guidance on providing Taiwan with defensive weaponry, and that's largely in the context of growing Chinese pressure. So, as we look at the cross-strait balance of power and Chinese efforts to pressure Taiwan, Washington has continued to to arm Taiwan with the defensive capabilities to increase deterrence and to deter China from taking military action against Taiwan. So that's really kind of the core here of where we're at. I think an important point to make here is that U.S. policy towards Taiwan is broadly very bipartisan. You see that in Congress, wanting to maintain robust unofficial relations with Taiwan across people-to-people exchanges, especially in the economic space too. So there's a lot of support here in Washington for continued relations with Taiwan and continuing to strengthening those. Within that framework, I think it's important to emphasize some of the recent developments that have come up. During the Biden administration, I think the Biden administration has taken, some tactical efforts to from their perspective, increase deterrence against China from using threats and coercion. So you've seen President Biden make unscripted remarks multiple times, I think 4 times now, that under his administration he would come to Taiwan's defense if China attacked Taiwan. But his administration is then quick to come back and say, there has been no official shift in U.S. policy. So by and large, the U.S. continues to have this strategy of strategic ambiguity as to whether we would come to Taiwan's defense. So officially, no change, but I think there have been tactical and rhetorical shifts, perhaps. I think you've also seen a couple of other efforts from the Biden administration to do things like use presidential drawdown authority to provide Taiwan with military aid, which again is kind of a tactical shift in how we actually support Taiwan, but not necessarily, not changing official U.S. policy. But from Beijing's perspective, Beijing has constantly, and in the last couple of years, referred to this as the U.S. attempting to hollow, they use the phrase hollow out the U.S. one China policy. And they've increasingly used statements, including from Xi Jinping, that Taiwan is in the core of China's core interest, making these statements that it views Washington as provoking, and they say using Taiwan as a card to contain China and suppress China. So, that's Beijing's perspective. I think there have been 2 major flashpoints in the last year and a half or so that have really created, I think, a deterioration in cross-strait relations and in U.S.-China relations as well. And the first, as I'm sure many of you are familiar, is the August 2022 visit to Taiwan by then Speaker Pelosi. China responded much more strongly than I think many anticipated. They provoked the largest, they held the largest military exercises in decades, and significantly closer to Taiwan. They took unprecedented moves, like firing ballistic missiles over Taiwan. Very provocative moves by the Chinese People's Liberation Army to send a signal of Beijing's displeasure with that. Diplomatically, Beijing also canceled or suspended 8 key areas of dialogue, including mill-to-mill cooperation and other areas. And some of those, including mill-to-mill relations, were only revived and restarted in the last couple months after the November 2023 Biden and Xi summit in San Francisco. So there was a very long, over a year period in there where, tensions were still really high between the U.S. and China because of this Taiwan issue. The second other flashpoint in there that I would highlight is in April 2023. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen transited through the United States and met with Speaker McCarthy. Again, China held large-scale military exercises around Taiwan, took less provocative steps. It didn't, for example, it didn't fire missiles over the island in April. But again, we did see them take significant military action, and they also poached one of Taiwan's few remaining allies. So these, again, have been major flashpoints in the relationship and kind of destabilizing issues for cross-strait stability. But about midway through last year, we started to see the Biden administration and Beijing start to re-engage, where we had multiple important cabinet-level meetings culminating in the November 2023 summit between Biden and Xi, where Xi Jinping agreed to restart military-to-military dialogues and other areas of cooperation, and also agreed to some U.S. Requests for things like fentanyl. So we had some stabilization reemerge in that relationship in November. And that really was crucial because that came just before the January 2024 Taiwan elections, which have just taken place, where we saw now Vice President William Lai win, as was broadly expected. And so far, Beijing hasn't taken major military responses, but the thing I would flag is I think the year is still early, so while things are relatively stable right now, I think there's still concern among the China policy community here in Washington that after the inauguration in May in Taiwan, or as the Lai administration comes into power, we may see Beijing provoke another military response or take other actions. So 2024 is still early, so while we're starting off things in a pretty decent place or a pretty stable place, there's a lot of opportunity for escalation, and of course the presidential election here in the U.S. will also, I think, as that rhetoric heats up and China becomes a key issue, we'll also see, I think, Taiwan come back to the fore. So I hope those are all helpful framing remarks. I'll wrap up there, but look forward to the questions.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here, and I'm asked to talk about Japan's position regarding China and Taiwan. So Japan and the PRC have signed a joint communique in 1972. So Japan's official position has always been that Japan recognizes that government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China. So to Japan, both China and Taiwan are very important. And so the Japan and China have actually reaffirmed their strategic relationship last year during the APEC in San Francisco. And also China is Japan's largest trading partner and one of the largest investment destination for Japanese companies. So economic relations between China and Japan are very close. In the meantime, Japan also has robust economic ties with Taiwan and people-to-people exchanges with Taiwan. And there's an enduring affinity between the people of two sides. So basically speaking, Japan's position regarding China and Taiwan has not changed since the normalization of relations between Japan and China since 1972. But of course, it is also true that Japan is now deepening cooperation and exchanges with Taiwan because Taiwan is an important partner with which we share fundamental values. So this change may have been driven by several factors, but geographical proximity to Taiwan and also China's assertive behavior in the East China Sea are the main reasons for the growth of Japan's relations with Taiwan. Well, that is simply because the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is at the core of Japan's security policy. And President Xi has said in 2013, the first year of his presidency, that a political solution to the standoff over sovereignty won't be able to wait forever. So this statement has actually has been a source of alarm in Japan about the possibility of a war across the Taiwan Strait. But so in order to prevent a conflict across the Taiwan Strait, I think Japan's policy is threefold. One, the first is to invest in Japan's defense capabilities. And meanwhile, Japan is fully aware of that. Japan cannot win a war alone. So that is why that is why a strong U.S.-Japan alliance is indispensable for Japan. And third, Japan is also working hard to deepen defense cooperations with countries such as Australia and ROK. So this includes intelligence sharing, economic security, cooperation, and energy security. And also in terms of public opinion, so I would say the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a wake-up call to many pacifist Japanese, and they have realized that war can happen overnight. So that, generally speaking, I would say public support for a strong U.S.-Japan alliance or a strong ROK-Japan-U.S. cooperation and a domestic military build-up. So those kind of support is now on the rise. I'll stop here. Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity. So let me say a few words of disclaimer first. I should say this. So the views I present in this session only represents my personal opinions, not those of APCSS or U.S. Department of Defense. So I have an argument for this session, which is that I think a major crisis in East Asia will start from Korean Peninsula, not Taiwan Strait. As far as dual contingency is concerned, many people have debated for the last 2 years. So what would North Korea do if there is a contingency in Taiwan Strait? I think that question should be reversed this year, that what would China do if there is a contingency on the Korean Peninsula? So to discuss this question, I will compare the changing perspectives on the Korean Peninsula and Taiwan Strait and the various conditions that will enable or hinder a surprise attack in each region within 9 or 10 minutes or so. So for North Korea, why has Kim Jong-un announced to abandon unification at the beginning of 2024? So scholars have suggested that it should be about election cycles in South Korea or US. Pyongyang may be emboldened by Russia or China, and Kim Jong-un may want to intimidate South Korea more. But for all this, if these are the reasons, then Kim Jong-un did not need to announce abandonment of unification. North Korea has shown their creativity in coming up with the nasty wars and aggressive rhetoric to justify its aggression. To advance his external objective, Kim Jong-un did not have to abandon unification policy, making fundamental shift in national narrative and denying the historic mission inherited from his grandfather. So I believe it has more to do with the domestic politics, with Kim Jong-un's concern about South Korea's cultural and ideological influence that have been growing in North Korea, especially among the young generation. Given that North Korea has passed a series of laws, the laws to prevent ideological and anti-ideology law, or in 2021, the law to guarantee, make sure young North Koreans' public culture. In 2022, last year, North Korea also passed a law to protect the cultural language of Pyongyang, to ban South Korean slang. So I imagine that this is more about domestic politics to eradicate South Korean identity, and then that internal concern reached to the level that Kim Jong-un has to announce abandonment of unification policy. And if we agree this is about domestic politics, then we can expect something like Cheonan or Yeonpyeong Island can happen again. Because in 2010, when those happened, experts agree that it's more about domestic politics of power transition from Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un. So if this unification policy abandonment is about domestic politics, then it may be a sign that North Korea may directly target South Korean lives and territory again, as they did in 2010. Compared to these developments on the Korean Peninsula from South Korean perspective, the situation across Taiwan Strait suddenly looked stable. First, Xi Jinping regime is preoccupied with domestic issues, economic challenges, and President Xi should be worried about combat readiness of PLA, given all this report about corruption and purge of the leadership. So it is not best time for China to take military action against Taiwan unless Taiwan make radical move toward independence. And Taipei is not likely to do so Because Taiwan has the same problem, Liqing will face a lot of domestic problems from stagnant wages and high housing prices. They will be his priority, and that's what Taiwanese voters expressed during the election as they gave more seat to opposition Kuomintang party. The legislation is divided, so it is not also ideal time for the new DPP administration to make any radical move toward independence. So Taiwan Strait seems relatively will maintain status quo. Next, let me discuss why Korean Peninsula has more favorable conditions for crisis than Taiwan Strait. First, geography. So Taiwan enjoys the stopping power of the water for the PLA to invade Taiwan. It has to cross the sea of the Taiwan Strait, and amphibious attack requires time for mobilization. Plus, PLA's preparation for the amphibious invasion will, at such a scale, cannot proceed without being noticed by the US intelligence community. In contrast, North Korea and South Korea, they share about 160-mile long border on land, and they also have a record of naval conflict near the northern limit line in the West Sea. So military conflict is easier to break out on the land or near the overlapped sea borders on the Korean Peninsula rather than across the sea of the Taiwan Strait. The second condition is the Korean Peninsula is more likely to have a conflict because of the frequency of military exercise. So the record shows that both China and North Korea, they tend to increase military provocation whenever South Korea or Taiwan conduct military exercise. South Korea implements 2 times 2 combined exercise with US forces a year and 3 national level joint exercise, whereas Taiwan implements only 1 joint exercise at the national level, Hankwang, per year. So this implies that North Korea has 5 times more opportunities to justify their aggression using South Korea's military exercise. Lastly, conflict on the Korean Peninsula can escalate much faster than Taiwan Strait because of South Korea's offensive military doctrine. So since 2012, South Korea has developed this strategy called the 3-axis system. So it consists of 3 parts. First is a kill chain platform, which is a preemptive strike against North Korea's nuclear and missile facilities. And second is an air and missile defense system. And third is what they call Korea Massive Punishment and Retaliation Plan, such as precision missile attack or infiltration of special operation forces for leadership decapitation. All these strategies are recorded openly at the South Korea White Defense Paper. In comparison, Taiwan's military strategy is defensive in nature. Taiwan's Defense White Paper explains that Taiwan will focus on attack the enemy at the most vulnerable strait crossing phase, so they understand the geographical advantage of the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan's strategy does not include preemptive or retaliatory strike against PLA military bases on the mainland or decapitation operation in Beijing. But South Korea does have that, and they openly say that. So to summarize all these elements, Korean Peninsula's geography, the heightened state of everyday confrontation, and South Korea's offensive doctrine suggests that even if Kim Jong-un does not have any intention to start a major crisis, even a limited offense on the Korean territory can quickly escalate into a bigger crisis than Kim Jong-un himself may intend in the first place. So accidental clash is more likely to happen on the Korean Peninsula and escalate much faster than Taiwan Strait. Of course, I do not mean to underestimate China's threat posed to Taiwan. However, China's military challenges in the Taiwan Strait are uncertain but within predictable range, whereas North Korea's military provocation and their chain reactions are certainly unpredictable. So to conclude, so what does all this analysis imply for the cooperation among US, South Korea, and Japan? Of course, deterrence need to be strengthened as much as they are in the Taiwan Strait, but the most important and difficult challenge is to make sure Pyongyang fully understands South Korea's resolve to counterattack. Ironically, China has a role to play here, as Chinese officials often say, we should not have a fantasy that China can influence and reverse Pyongyang's activities, but at least Beijing can communicate and convey South Korea's resolve for a decisive response if they provoke. And for the sake of their own interest, Chinese also need to warn in advance that North Korea would better not make too much trouble or initiate a major crisis first. So here, the U.S. South Korea-Japan should consider not only combined military exercise, but also combined diplomacy to engage with Beijing in one voice. If it is true that Beijing intends to avoid a major crisis in the Taiwan Strait and maintain a status quo for the time being, they should be more to do so on the Korean Peninsula. So I'll stop here.
Thank you all. This is a very interesting. So I have a couple of things to pick up and then follow up. Would like to follow with each of you, but maybe starting with Sungmin. Sorry, I start with you. That maybe you could explain a little bit about South Korea's stance on the Taiwan issues. We heard from Brian and Yumi about what the U.S. and Japan's official policy on Taiwan issue, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on South Korea. Obviously, South Korea has been very cautious about the issue, but recently we've been seeing small progresses, or not progresses, but small changes. So does that mean that there's some sort of a policy shift in South Korea's stance on this issue? Or what's driving this change? And then maybe I would like to hear Brian and Rumi about this joint statement that leaders of South Korea, Japan, and United States adopted the same language they adopted in the joint statement at the Phnom Penh and the Camp David summit. Does that mean this language? They say that reaffirm the importance of peace and stability across Taiwan Strait as an indispensable element of security and prosperity in the international community. Is that language sign of a sort of everybody, three countries are aligned on this issue? If not, where are the gaps?
So South Korea government's position on Taiwan Strait issue has been moving from strategic ambiguity. Well, whether strategic, the Moon Jae-in government would not say it is a strategic, but it was ambiguous. It is moving closer to the U.S. position, but there is still an element of ambiguity. So in 2021 May, during the summit between President Moon Jae-in and Biden, for the first time they include the phrase South Korea also emphasized the peace and stability of Taiwan Strait in the joint statement. That was the first time. But right after the joint statement by President Moon Jae-in, during the domestic briefing, Foreign Minister Jung Woo-yong mentioned that actually South Korea's policy has not changed at all. It just emphasized the peace and stability that everyone cares about, which implies that, of course, that includes China as well. So he emphasized South Korea's one China policy has not changed it. And another senior official, Choi Jong-gun, also openly said that China should be happy because South Korean president did not call out China in the joint statement. So there was an ambiguity. President Moon Jae-in agreed to talk about peace and stability, but backpedaled by other senior officials. Similar with President Yoon Suk-yeol, he also in the summit in May 2022, he also agreed to include the phrase South Korea cares about peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula. But he did not meet with the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi when she visited South Korea, Seoul. So there was some controversy about that. But last year in April, before the summit, President Yoon Suk-yeol framed Taiwan issue as an international issue, which has an implication beyond Northeast Asia. That prompted Beijing's furious reaction immediately. And then there was no backpedaling, and there was an accumulation of other South Korean high official, defense minister and the foreign ministers remarked the same message that we care about Taiwan Strait peace and stability. So there is a progression about clarity, But the caveat is that still there is an element of ambiguity that South Korean government never said what they're going to do if there is a contingency in Taiwan Strait. South Korea's deputy vice defense minister Shin Bum-chol also said South Korea does not have any conversation with the U.S. forces about contingency in Taiwan Strait. So there is a political willingness to talk about peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait from South Korean perspective, but no comment about contingency plan yet.
In there. So I think I was going to iterate the exact same point about President Yoon's statement last April, that the Taiwan issue is not just a domestic issue for China and Taiwan. It's an issue of international and regional importance. And I think that really angered Beijing, because the refrain that you hear from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other authorities there is constantly, this is a domestic issue. They want to cast this as a domestic issue for China, and to deter others from intervening. And from them, that was a significant statement. I think overall the inclusion of Taiwan in these two big summit statements, trilateral summit statements, is important. I think it reflects a broad alignment on the China threat perception and the concerns among all three, U.S., Japan, ROK. There's a broad concern about Beijing's growing assertiveness and its military buildup and its provocations toward Taiwan. And it's a growing recognition among these three countries of the linkages of these regional security issues. You're seeing more admissions and recognition of the fact that these issues are really linked, that South Korea's and Japan's security is very linked to Taiwan. You see official statements coming out from Korean officials that transit through the Taiwan Strait is critical for Korean imports and things like this. So they see this as a big issue for them, and so you see, I think, a little bit more willingness to be forward-leaning on this. But beyond that broad strategic kind of shared threat perception, I think you see there's certainly differences in how the three countries, how much they're willing to be forward-leaning on this. I think one recent example is, both the United States and Japan put out official statements, congratulating William Lai on winning the election, and so making a comment on that election, which is something that Beijing fired back at immediately, criticizing them. And I think to my knowledge, we haven't seen that from the ROK side. So there's a little bit more of a desire to kind of remain quieter on some of these issues. And the last thing I'll say about all of this is, in terms of Beijing's broader response to this, has been to cast ROK and Japan actions on Taiwan as being pawns for the United States. They've cast this as the United States using them as chips to put pressure on Beijing to suppress and contain Beijing, and so that's the kind of line that they've tried to tout here. And I think we're likely to see more of that thinking. So, at least publicly, there's not this kind of, recognition in Beijing that the ROK and Japan are largely responding to their perceived threat perceptions from Beijing. Instead, again, they're trying to cast this as just following what the U.S. wants them to do.
I think Japan is geographically close to both the Taiwan Strait, Korean Peninsula, and Russia as well. So that means Japan is faced with a very serious security environment. So for Japan, the peninsula crisis, either peninsula crisis, a crisis in Peninsula or in Korean Peninsula, or a crisis across Taiwan Strait, they are equally important. So that is why for Japan it is important. The joint statement that emphasized the importance of Taiwan Strait crisis is really important for Japan. But of course, that China has harshly criticized Japan and South Korea after the joint statement. And after that, well, I think China has changed a little bit its approach to South Korea and also to Japan. And because, well, China has softened to some degree, or China has softened their stance toward Japan and also toward South Korea in order to drive a wedge between the United States and Japan, or between the U.S. and South Korea, or even between the South Korea and Japan. So that's that. Well, China's reaction has actually showed that the internet. Well, China is criticizing Japan and South Korea and U.S. move as internationalization of the Taiwan issue, but so this has led some let China change its policy toward Japan and South Korea. And also, I do think there are some differences in dealing with Taiwan Strait among the three countries. But even so, I think institutionalization of security cooperation is vital to deal with either Taiwan Strait crisis or Korean Peninsula crisis. So that is why, which is the point has also been mentioned in the first session, that we need to promote the institutionalization of cooperation among the three countries, and this kind of cooperation should expand beyond the security area.
Thank you. So let's move on to a slightly different topic. Taiwan had an election in January. So for Yumi and Sungmin, I would like to hear your thoughts on what was their country's reaction to that election outcome. And Brian, could you tell us about what Lai government's policy toward China and United States will be? Do you expect a policy continuity or a change? And what do you think China will likely to respond to that?
Okay, in terms of Taiwan's election in January, I would say that Japan actually is watching very closely China's move. Because in the run-up to the inauguration of President-elect Lai in May, so the 100 days before May is crucial, that we need to watch China's move very carefully. And for now, I think China is increasing its pressure on Taiwan. So first off, for example, China's civil aviation in administration said in a very brief statement that it has changed a flight plan close to the sensitive medium line in the Taiwan Strait, and this can have a very possible military implications as well. And also China has announced the end of tariff reduction on some of the products under the ECFA before Taiwan's presidential election, and also 2 days after Lai Ching-te won Taiwan's presidential election, Nauru has shifted its diplomatic ties to China. So I would say that China is stepping up the pressure on Taiwan. So in my view, the possibility of war across the Taiwan Strait is not that high at the moment. So actually, I don't know whether you are very familiar with the movie called All Quiet on the Western Front. So there's no war across the Taiwan Strait, and probably there will be no war across the Taiwan Strait in the immediate future. But actually, the tension across the Taiwan Strait is very high, and China is trying to isolate Taiwan in the international community, and China is putting economic pressure on Taiwan, and China has the intention to change the medium line across the strait. So these kind of strategies are really difficult to deal. Or because deterrence policy, we will talk about a lot. We talk a lot about deterrence policy, but deterrence strategy doesn't work very effectively to deal with those kind of strategy China is now adopting. So maybe I think we need to pay more attention to to the policies that China is putting a lot of efforts into. Okay.
So the last year and the year before, there was a growth of volume published by South Korean think tanks and also media that what South Korea should do will be involved if there is a contingency in Taiwan. So without much discussion of what South Korea should do, there was a lot of discussion about there is likely to be a contingency in Taiwan Strait. And then by extension of that discussion on the eve of presidential election in Taiwan, right after that, with the victory of DPP, the immediate response from South Korea press editorial or op-ed was that so DPP wins, that simply means that China will continue to threat and conduct military provocation around Taiwan Island. So it is the same argument. South Korea should be worried about that. But as time goes by, there is more signs of status quo. Decisively, President Biden said, maybe script or unscript, in the press to the journalist question that the U.S. will not support Taiwan's independence. So that translates into the U.S. preference to maintain status quo, followed by South Korean press editorials analysis that this is an election year for the U.S. So the U.S. does not want to have another crisis or contingency in Taiwan Strait. And same with China that I just, as I explained, China faced with so many economic problems and PLA, the leadership problems. So not the best time for China to also initiate any major crisis. So there is more and more the understanding that maybe status quo may be maintained at least for this year, but always end with the caveat that as long as DPP is there, we should be worried about the worst case, which is now being overshadowed by growing threat perception and the whole controversy about North Korea's changing posture.
Yeah, on the Taiwan election specifically, I mean, Beijing made its views very clear, well before the election took place. They did not want to see the DPP's Lai Ching-te win. But I think they also knew the polling in Taiwan was consistently clear pretty much throughout the lead up to Election Day, with showing Lai with a small but significant lead, and so they had months to prepare for this eventuality that Lai would win, and so when he did, we saw Beijing put out statements, that ultimately, whoever wins an election in Taiwan doesn't change the fact, doesn't change the ultimate fact of how they view Taiwan, but I think there are a lot of key issues here that. I think there's a lot of specific dynamics at play that have led up to where we're at now. So I think it's very significant. I think from Beijing's perception that Lai Ching-te did not win an outright majority, unlike President Tsai, who won both of her elections with I think over a 56% majority. So I think Lai Ching-te got I want to say 43%. So from their perspective. That means that Lai is coming into this in a very different position, politically more challenging position for the DPP. And the DPP also lost its majority in the Legislative Yuan. So adding additional pressure on the Lai administration once it's in power. And I think a key part of this is, Lai made statements running up to the election that he wasn't going to, provoke any major shifts. He largely cast his bid for the presidency as a significant continuation of Tsai's administration, and the Tsai administration has been, obviously Beijing did not want to see the Tsai administration. They don't want to see a DPP administration, but Tsai has been proactive about limiting the more pro-independence wings of the Taiwan electorate, and I think Lai, while I think he's been a little bit more forward-leaning on some of these independence issues, he still cast his self as being largely in continuance with the Tsai administration. So I think that's what I expect, and the same is true for Lai on U.S. Taiwan relations. I think it's very clear that he and his future Vice President, Bi Khim-hsiao, will continue to invest in the U.S. relationship and can continue to try to strengthen ties with Washington. But I do think a key issue here is waiting to see what Beijing does after the inauguration in May. I think, in speaking with Chinese counterparts, Chinese scholars, there seems to be widespread belief and skepticism about Lai being a continuation of the Tsai administration. I think many in China expect, have lower expectations for him in terms of they're more worried about him, and so they are worried that he could push the envelope in new ways. And so I think we're likely going to see Beijing respond to the inauguration, but it'll be, I think, contingent. They've made it, Chinese scholars have said they're waiting to see what Lai says, but I don't think that they're going to be giving him much benefit of the doubt. I think Beijing is going to want to make an assertive response and show that they will not be patient with Lai, but and so I think that sets us up, as I said earlier in my kind of opening remarks, I think it sets us up for a pretty tense 2024, especially as the U.S. presidential election heats up as well. So I think, I think not too optimistic about the prospects for stability in the cross-strait relations going forward, but hopefully I'm wrong.
So my next question is, we also have an election here, and Ambassador Masa Ishii also mentioned during his presentation that, there's a concern about the U.S. Possible weakening stance on Taiwan issue. So I would like to ask Seungmin and Rumi about what would that mean for South Korea and Japan if U.S. shows some weakening stance on Taiwan?
I'll take first. So the U.S. weakened commitment for the stability of Taiwan will have a lot of impact on South Korean perception of the U.S. Commitment for its contribution for the defense of, for the stability of East Asia overall. But if I pick one, it will again generate a lot of debate and controversy about South Korea's desire for nuclear armament. We all know that 60 to 70% of South Korean people always they express their desire to have their own nuclear weapon in series of public survey. And then what they did not really ask much about why they want that. And then the assumption here is that because of the increased threat from North Korea with their advanced nuclear weapons, missile capabilities, or the U.S. Weakening, perception-wise, dysfunctional politics or weakening commitment for defense for allies with the image of Trump administration. But actually, it has more to do with the war in Ukraine. Politicians like Oh Se-hoon, the city mayor, openly say that after seeing what happened in Ukraine, we believe in the U.S. ROK alliance, but this is the world of uncertainty, and we'd like to have our own measure of self-help. And then public survey, one of public survey done by Korea Institute of National Unification ask this question, why do you want to have nuclear weapon? 30% say North Korean nuclear capabilities, but 30% also say uncertainty about all this world politics other than North Korea or China, even excluding China. So given this trend, the US policy in Taiwan will be perceived as another factor about certainty or uncertainty of South Korean perception about the world politics, and that will again generate another discussion or desire for nuclear armament among South Korean people.
In terms of the upcoming U.S. election, I think we do have a lot of concerns. So Ambassador Ishii has raised the concern about the U.S. the possibility of a weakened U.S. commitment across in the Taiwan Strait, and this can may lead to a possible war, or may give a signal wrong signal to China. And also there are concerns about the possible Trump's economic policy, because Trump has already declared that if he becomes president, he will impose a tariff on Chinese goods, I think, of more than 60%. So, so either way, it could create an uncertain economic environment, and is likely to be a major shock to markets. So there are many concerns, but having said that, I'm actually cautious. I don't think I'm cautious, but I don't know, I'm not that pessimistic about the future, because first of all, I think if you look at Japan's relations under the Trump 1.0, I think Japan has done very well in dealing with Trump's demands about burden sharing issues, and also about trade conflicts. So I think no matter who is going to be the next president of the United States, we need to, to have a very smart strategy to deal with that. So, and if we look at the past experience, it's not that bad. Well, if we can have a very good strategy. And second, but in terms of Korean Peninsula issues, I do think, the next, or if Trump becomes the next president, it will increase a lot of uncertainties. But if we look at his first term, he tried to negotiate, to have a direct talk with North Korea, and it doesn't bear any fruits in afterparts, but anyway, so because of the direct talk between the United States and North Korea, and China has shifted its policy to strengthen its relations with North Korea, because they have those kind of concerns to be excluded from the negotiations in terms of North Korea's nuclear program. So I would say that we cannot predict the future, but actually, so what we need to do, or what we can do, is to think about the possibilities and try to figure out a better way to deal with that.
So we have 13 minutes. So let me ask a final question and open the floor for questions from the audience. So obviously tensions are escalating in the Korean Peninsula, and then also maybe in the future, maybe things will change in the Taiwan Strait, which raises specter that there could be a potential dual contingency, as Sung-min presented in his initial remarks. So I'm curious to see Sung-min, maybe and Brian about, Sung-min first. Have you seen any signaling by North Korea of its support for China in the Taiwan contingency in the latest, if you can remember? And Brian, for the same question, I mean, my view is that China-North Korea relations it's very difficult to read. There's a very active economic relations, but then politically, I don't know what's going on. But with Russia, North Korea is moving closer. So I was curious have you seen any signaling by China in the Chinese media, state media, or scholars of its China support for North Korea in the Korean contingency?
So I think it was 2022, October, Park Myung-ho, one of North Korea's high official in Foreign Ministry, directly commented that North Korea oppose any of U.S. involvement, any external powers involvement in the domestic affairs of our comrade country. So direct expression of support for China. And when U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, Kim Jong-un also wrote a letter of solidarity for Beijing. So North Korea has kept signaling that we are ready to support you, China, if something happens. That I didn't see much of such a remark recently. And then more interestingly, so North Korea clearly expressed support for China's position on Taiwan Strait, whereas I didn't hear, for decades, I didn't see much expression from Beijing for North Korea position on unification or abandonment of unification. Whereas Xi Jinping, when he visited South Korea, he made a speech for the Seoul National University students, and he expressed that he wished for the unification of Korean Peninsula. He did not say, I'm ready to support South Korea, but he at least mentioned he wished peaceful unification of Korea to South Korean audience. Hu Jintao also did that when he addressed to South Korean congressmen when he visited South Korea National Congress. So from North Korea's perspective, Kim Jong-un should be many reasons to be worried about Beijing's perspective about the future of Korean Peninsula. But that said, back to your question, so Kim Jong-un should be busy with coming up with the actions that match or policies that match his abandonment of unification declaration. He already dismantled all the government agency that reconciled and engaged with South Korea, National Committee for Unification, Mount Kungang International Tourism Committee, and so on. So he may be busy with following up with his own remark more than worry about what happens in Taiwan contingency.
In terms of, I think, Beijing's perspective on this, I think North Korea, this is really a double-edged sword for China in many respects. I think, so on one end, you see, it's very clear that Chinese military strategists have thought about the kind of strategic advantage that comes from having issue linkages and linking other crises. So we know that they see advantages potentially in if there is a crisis in the Taiwan Strait or a conflict in the Taiwan Strait, they do see some potential advantages to a North Korean or Korean Peninsula crisis, as well as a major distraction for the United States and its allies, putting pressure on U.S. alliances. But I think on the other side, they also are really concerned about the unpredictable nature of what that can bring and kind of the risks for escalation and the inability to control the situation. So I think that's particularly true with North Korea, where Beijing is often wary of Kim Jong-un and some of his provocations. I think I think China's watching really warily right now as we see more North Korea-Russia alignment. I think, again, double-edged sword. I think Beijing sees some potential upsides to that in terms of distracting the United States, putting pressure on that U.S. alliances in the region, and potentially helping Russia in the war in Ukraine. But again, it also, we've seen, I think, Beijing try to kind of manage this situation and avoid a situation where Russia and North Korea are making decisions that are going to distract China itself. So I think, we've seen Vice Foreign Minister Sun Weidong go to North Korea in recent weeks and issue statements. I do think that 2024 will be an important year for, China-DPRK relations, specifically because this will be the 75th anniversary of the founding of their relations. And we've seen, during these recent meetings between Chinese and North Korean officials, we've seen them make these statements that they look forward to strengthening strategic cooperation in this coming year, and this is a year of bilateral friendship for them. So I think there's some opportunities there for Beijing to strengthen those ties and potentially leverage that to their benefit. But again, I'll just emphasize, I think Beijing's worried that this can cut both ways and can kind of spiral out of control if it's not well managed.
So I would like to take some questions from the floor. So Maxwell, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Dave Maxwell, the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy, and thank you for your great remarks. For Dr. Cho, if there is a crisis, if Kim Jong-un conducts a violent provocation, can you help us understand what will be his intent? What is he really trying to achieve? And if South Korea responds decisively, also with violence, how will Kim respond to that? And then for all three of you, a topic we haven't touched on is human rights. And so is there a trilateral potential for trilateral cooperation for human rights concerning China, from forced repatriation of Koreans to North Korea, to the Uyghurs in the West, Tibetans to the South? Is there a trilateral approach possible to Chinese human rights? Thank you.
So if we look back what happened in 2010, there was no particular aggression from South Korea's military exercise. It was a normal exercise. And if we think about Yeonpyeong Island, Korean Marine was firing towards south. It was a regular military exercise. So the variable here, why North Korea suddenly take this very exceptional attack on South Korean lives and territory, the experts generally agree it should be something about domestic politics to support a power transition process to strengthen Kim Jong-un's image as the next leader. But still, it is only a guess. But if it is true, this guess is popular because it makes sense that from Kim Jong-un, we respect him as a rational actor. Then the gain from this very risky provocation could be for domestic politics. From South Korea and U.S. perspective, that was so dangerous. It could quickly escalate out of control, but Kim Jong-un still, Kim family regime still calculate that the gain from this risky provocation is that domestic variable that we cannot really understand from the outside. Another factor from Kim family regime's perspective is that they want to test South Korea, how far South Korea can go, and also how far the US or China will intervene to stop the escalation of tension. So given after the frustration from the lack of response during the Lee Myung-bak administration, President Lee Myung-bak himself was frustrated, according to memoir from Secretary Robert Gates or Lee Myung-bak's own memoir. So since 2012, South Korea developed this offensive doctrine, and it is the motto of the current South Korea Defense Minister, Chuk Kang-ko, meaning that South Korea will respond immediately, powerfully, and to the end. It was understood by the US side because that phrase was included in the joint statement between Minister Shin Won-sik and then Secretary Austin. So, but the problem is that if North Korea conduct another type of provocation, it's okay if they fire missiles to the air, to the water, but if they target South Korean territory and lives, South Korea will respond immediately, powerfully, and to the end. The question is, then at what point they will stop by the help of the US intervention or by the help of Chinese intervention. But again, it is all this offensive doctrine gain understanding from the US side. So that's the territory that we don't really know. And that at this point, we really want to make sure that Kim Jong-un understands what South Korea is trying to do here. Don't try to test South Korea's resolve. And for that matter, we did China's engagement in this matter.
Thanks for your talk. I just want to point out Norman Solomon has an article, Full Speed Ahead on the Global Titanic about a nuclear war. And both panelists said that Trump is going to be president. It doesn't have to be that way. If Biden gives the LBJ speech and bows out and lets the Democratic convention pick another candidate. The first speaker said that it was the strategic ambiguity. I don't think it is ambiguity. I think it's you're telling us don't believe our eyes, that he has some problems with dementia and Trump has problems with being demented. So it's a simple solution. Doesn't have to turn out the way you guys think it is.
Thank you. Last question, gentleman over there, and then we'll try to wrap it up quickly.
Hello, Dan Vasquez. I'm CEO of Intelligence. I was also the former Deputy Chief of Intelligence for DIA in Seoul and Deputy Director of Intelligence for U.S. Air Force in Korea. While I was serving in Korea and Japan, we had a lot of crises that were happening that were behind the scenes that people never heard about. So what I'd like to know is, we've been talking about all these different things that could go wrong. Are there any things we can do to try to help things go right in terms of confidence-building measures that we could try to implement, but without going into ways that would make play into the hands of North Korea or China? Thank you.
I guess I'll just reiterate one thing that I think's already come up is I do think trilateral measures to strengthen communication are key. I think especially there's been a lack of coordination. You know, even at the Track 2 dialogue, where unofficial dialogues, there's been a lack of communication on contingency planning for dual crises in the Taiwan Strait or in the Korean Peninsula. So I think we're still I think there's still a lot of work that can be done on thinking through how to manage these tensions and how to make sure that they're not linked up to put pressure on Beijing and Pyongyang to not align their activities. And I think as it's already been mentioned, some of these things like joint trilateral military exercises are important for enhancing interoperability and ensuring that we can operate together in some of these contested spaces. I think broadly, there's a lot of steps that we can continue to make, and I think the convergence of these three countries under the last 2 years has set the stage for more growth. But I do think there's a lot of work to actually get into the nitty-gritty of how we kind of operationalize and can improve communications.
Thank you. Time's up, so we have to conclude right now. So thank you all the panelists for joining us, and then thank you all for listening. Thanks. Is it on? Good afternoon. Welcome to everyone in the room and those on our audience online. My name is Ellen Kim. I am Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Korea Chair here at CSIS. We are gonna start, so I hope everybody start to come into the room. Okay, so I'll just start again. Good afternoon, everyone, to those in the room and as well as our audience online. My name is Ellen Kim. I am Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Korea Chair here at CSIS. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our special luncheon speaker, Mr. Sidney Seiler. Mr. Seiler doesn't need much introduction. Everybody who follows North Korea issue knows him very well. He is a senior advisor with the Korea Chair here at CSIS. Before joining CSIS, he has over 40 years of experience focusing on the Korean Peninsula within various U.S. government agencies. Right before joining CSIS, he was a former National Intelligence Officer for North Korea at the National Intelligence Council from 2020 to 2023. Previously, he was a USFK senior analyst and senior defense intelligence expert for North Korea from 2016 to 2022. Mr. Seiler also served as a U.S. Special Envoy for six-party talks between 2014 and 2015. Prior to that, Mr. Seiler served as a director for Korea on the National Security Council at the White House. It is my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Seiler to this podium. Welcome, Mr. Seiler.
Thank you very much. I originally understood that Taylor Swift was going to come and do the lunchtime entertainment. She got tied up, and here I am. Are we going to war? Is Kim Jong-un preparing for war? It's a question that, those of us who've worked the Korea issue for any amount of time have probably had to answer repeatedly. I know during the 42-year course of my career, it's, most of the jobs I sat in required me answering somebody's question regarding this. For some of you, you may have had an opportunity to read my article that was published on the CSIS webpage entitled North Korea, Preparing for War, Mere Blustering, or Something in Between. And of course, it was a response to recent opinion pieces that have talked about indications that perhaps in terms of the growth of the North Korea's nuclear program, its recent rhetoric, its abandonment of reunification as a national goal, that somehow there were some changes, some profound changes in North Korea that led to a requirement to examine our current policies and determine whether we were actually on the right road. I think some of our panel discussions this morning, particularly the first one that talked about deterrence and extended deterrence and this question addressed this, but it's always good to right-size this question because the truth of the matter is North Korea is preparing for war. That's what standing militaries do. It's their job. That doesn't mean they go to war, but you have a military and you train it, you equip it, you arm it to meet the national security challenges that you perceive that your country faces. And so in one dimension, North Korea has been preparing to go to war, and it's a nuclear war for a number of years. That said, there is a distinct difference between capabilities and intent. And capabilities coupled with those deployment of capabilities, the training on those capabilities, all add up to a set of options that a leader would have for a variety of actions. Going back about a year now, it's about almost a year anniversary since the July declassification, June or July declassification of the National Intelligence Estimate that addressed this very issue. Way before, we started writing this way before we watched the use of force by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine emerged as a tool of statecraft that many had thought would be impossible. Certainly the events in the Middle East, and then the escalation in rhetoric, to include the threats towards South Korea, all come in the aftermath of a study by the intelligence community that looked at this very question: is in terms of the program as we observe it, the capabilities that we assess that are here today and projected out, what are the possibilities that North Korea is actually on a path to using these nuclear weapons in a way to achieve objectives on the peninsula? Concurrent with all this talk about the discussion of the possibility of North Korea of Kim Jong-un having made a decision towards war, has been a lot of turn-of-the-year prognostications about the possibilities for provocations in 2024. It's a kind of standard thing that you do, whether you're on the inside in the government. You know, what are the top 10 to 15 things North Korea could do that would really bother us? Or you're on the outside and you're looking reflectively on what's happened in the last year and what seems to be coming up in 2024. And of course, Ellen and Victor did a very good piece on possibility for provocations in 2024, which we'll address a little bit on here. But I thought I'd take the risk of boring some of you, but at least walking some of you through the logic that builds a foundation of the assessment that we have made about the possibility of these types of actions. If you look at North Korea, it has been in a security crisis to some degree ever since the collapse of the Cold War, to be honest. In fact, if you trace it back a few more years to the 1988 Seoul Olympics and the clear emergence of South Korea now having had a 1987 election, the peaceful transfer of power from Chundewan to Notaeyu, you know, the economic miracle that we so often attribute to South Korea is starting to gain more steam. And then you have North Korea's support network all around it collapsing, or at least turning on it, with Hungary followed by a number of other Eastern European countries, finally the Soviet Union itself before its breakup, even the PRC normalizing relations with China. The Cold War structure, the socialist bloc structure collapsing, so North Korea's traditional benefactors disappear in a day. And North Korea's world is turned upside down. They're in a period of shock, I called it, from this 1988 to 1993 time period. At that time, we see three major moves by North Korea, really. The large-scale deployment of long-range artillery, in essence, providing North Korea a WMD-like capability, the ability to hold millions of Seoulites in the greater Seoul metropolitan area hostage with large casualty figures. We see North Korea embark more markedly on its nuclear program with the initial reprocessing run, the debate over whether North Korea had fissile material or not. In a few years, we would see North Korea reaching out to commence a highly enriched uranium program. North Korea from 1994 to 2003, therefore, is kind of in what I call a bind and build mode. They're bide and build. They're biding time. They enter into agreed frameworks so that they could leverage diplomacy to help slow pressure on North Korea to back off of its program. It eventually pursues a covert pathway to fissile material by pursuing the HU program. And by 2002 to 2006, they're ready for a rollout. And that's what we see in 2002. 2002, a rejection from the United States to engage in a discussion on its program. When Assistant Secretary of State Jim Kelly went into North Korea in October 2002, said this is a path forward for a better relationship with U.S.-DPRK relations. We eventually got to six-party talks, but we never were able to get any momentum going because North Korea wasn't seeking, through this type of dialogue, a way forward with the United States. The North Korea, as you look at the history of diplomacy with North Korea, since those early days, it's always been about promoting and creating an environment conducive for its nuclear program. The rollout period really culminates with the nuclear test of 2006, and now we know that suddenly North Korea is serious about going down the path, going further than Iran had gone in terms of, showing openly the desire to develop a weapon and to test a weapon. From 2007 to 2013, I call it the sunset period, the dialogue sunset period. It was really those last 2 years of the six-party talks and the attempts under the Obama administration to try to engage North Korea with a leap day understanding. And then after the leap day understanding, to try to pick up the pieces and move forward in 2013. It's really at this period where North Korea more vividly is signaling that that denuclearization diplomacy is over, essentially. Yes, I understand they re-engaged in 2018, but in retrospect, as you look at 2018, which followed 2 years of missile-a-month madness to demonstrate that North Korea not only had weapons, but now had the ability to deliver them with some degree of credibility to targets, primarily in the United States, as the attention's all focused on the ICBM, somewhat on the IRBM. But from that point onward, negotiations are off the table. The charm offensive in 2018 buys time, mitigates pressure, seeks to lock in a nuclear weapons status with the Donald Trump administration. Hanoi took place, Kim Jong-un having a degree of confidence conferred on him from various sources he saw as legitimate, that Donald Trump would collapse, that Donald Trump would give in Hanoi, and that he would accept a Yongbyon for sanctions relief deal. North Korea could solidly lock in its nuclear program, and the United States would have no choice but to engage in arms control going forward. Following that pause, we have the refocus. This refocus takes place in 2019. For those of us, I happen to have been in Korea from 2016 to 2020, and it was interesting because in the middle of the missile-a-month madness of 2017, somebody asked me what I thought the most dangerous course of action North Korea could take. You think back of where we were in 2017. My button's bigger than your button, full fire and fury, the likes of which the world has never seen. And I said, with tongue in cheek, the most dangerous thing Pyongyang could do is shift to a diplomatic offensive. Because what it would do, it would slow down the progress that we had been making in impeding the growth of the nuclear program in cooperation with China, in cooperation with Russia, given the dangerous actions Kim Jong-un repeatedly engaged in 2017. And certainly that's what happened, actually unfolded in 2018 in a largely predictable way. I say a largely predictable way because what was not predictable at that time, of course, was that you would have a U.S. president that would accept an invitation to meet, and then, of course, the Hanoi meeting itself. But since then, the refocus is interesting, and this gets us more up to date in why, the question of whether the DPRK is preparing for war comes into play, and that has been the singular focus on developing and signaling and blackmailing South Korea with a range of capabilities, shorter range ballistic missiles with relatively proven degrees of accuracy, unknown just exactly how far North Korea has gone without a seventh nuclear test in terms of miniaturizing. But what North Korea has been trying to do since 2023 is lock in their capability and signal an intent to dominate South Korea on the Korean Peninsula. It was quite a change from the 2017 time period when everybody was worried about decoupling of the United States that could be accomplished through the development of ICBMs. Here, we suddenly see a focus by North Korea on the ability to strike South Korea. And that brings us up to date. The only question going further forward is what type of scenarios will we face? Well, what's clear where we are now, in direct response to the question, is North Korea preparing for war, is we are in a period very conducive to provocations. The earlier panel mentioned this. I particularly liked, those factors such as the political seasons in the United States and South Korea. And Victor made a great case out of the CSIS study of how the correlation between increased provocative actions are noted in these types of election years. We're in a period where Kim has openly demonstrated his disinterest in diplomacy. Ambassador Sung Kim shared with us his frustration that our efforts over the past several years to engage the North have been unresponded to. We have an exercise season. North Korea's million-man Korean People's Army is in the midst of its annual winter training cycle. That winter training cycle tends to culminate towards the same period where the U.S. and ROK are engaged in the transparent defensive exercises. So you have this intersection of our training and North Korea training, North Korea's ability, desire to use actions during this period to legitimize their nuclear weapons program, support their messaging that it's the U.S. and ROK that bring attention to the peninsula, and perhaps most importantly, with these political seasons upon us, to drive debate, inter-Korean debate, South-South debate in the Republic of Korea about North Korea policy, accusations that the Yoon administration has been too tough and has pushed Kim down this path. And of course, the same thing in the United States as we face in the election season and the accusations that the Biden administration has somehow not handled the North Korea issue correctly, and that's why we see this increase in tension. So there are, between these, this exercise season coming up, North Korea's continued R&D needs, the desire to launch and test different types of weapons from short to medium, intermediate, intercontinental range, as well as submarine-launched cruise missiles. There's many things for North Korea to do during this time period. So there's every reason to believe what the CSIS report concludes, which is that 2024 is going to be a noisy year. And in particular, I think the time period between now and the middle of April will be a particularly difficult period. And I guess that's the good news. The good news is in terms of North Korea engaging in a range of behaviors that are within parameters we're familiar with, right? I mean, they've sunk ships before. They've had West Sea battles in the Yellow Sea over the demarcation line, particularly once the fishing season starts. There's going to be a lot of boats out there, a lot of reasons for, a lot of potential for DMZ kind of borderline-like clashes with North Korea. Again, but these are things that we've seen for 7 decades. We can assess that, and this is where I differ, a lot of analysts differ from me on that, but I'm very confident in escalation control. And the reason I'm confident in escalation control is because I'm pretty confident Kim Jong-un doesn't want war, and that President Yoon doesn't want war. And while there will be the elements of the South Korea response to whatever North Korea does that might make us nervous or might make us uncomfortable, the truth of the matter is I remain highly confident that President Yoon and his team is not seeking to test how far they can push Kim before he lashes out even worse. And that Kim himself has factored in some type of retaliation or response from the South. He'll absorb it and then figure out what to do later. So missile launches, ballistic missile launches, cruise missile launches, submarine-launched ballistic missile launches, all desired to advance capabilities, portray a sense of futility to our policy, so that every launch there's a flurry of reporting about how once again we're unable to stop the program, how once again the situation on the peninsula is getting more dangerous. And again, all this time while the rest of North Korea seems to go, pretty normal, the economy, efforts to restore the economy, projects. We hear reports of the military going out to help in these construction projects. Nothing suggesting that the state itself is preparing for some type of imminent conflict, but that somewhere down the road they would have these types of options available. The question was asked, and I think you asked this, Dave. I think you probably asked this somewhat rhetorically because you've studied this as long as I have. Why does North Korea engage in these types of activities? Well, I've shared some of those motivations, wanting to discredit the North Korea policy of both Washington and Seoul, the desire to build up the leadership credentials of Kim Jong-un, and it's not so much that, you know, Kim is facing some type of leadership crisis or he's needing to consolidate power, or that there's softliners challenging him for being too rough, or there's hardliners challenging him for not being hard enough. That kind of runs against everything we know about the North Korean system. But what we do know is they have an internal narrative, and that narrative is it's us against the world. We live in a hostile world. That hostile world is out to get us. Look, even our South Korean brothers, and don't call them that anymore, they've betrayed us. But, you know, the dear leader with his capabilities is able to stand up to the world and protect the sovereignty of North Korea. And, you know, as all these demonstrations in the extended deterrence realm show our U.S. commitment to the defense of the Republic of Korea, that doesn't matter to us because we can just march forward with that. Let me talk about, finally, as I've burned up through all my time, I think it's an important area to look at. In terms of the National Intelligence Estimate, if you haven't seen it, it's worth taking a look at. And if you've seen it, it's good to go back to it every once in a while, because in there, we incorporated a set of drivers that would lead Kim either down the road of mere provocations, coercive provocations, or towards a larger warlike revisionist action. And these drivers provide us an opportunity to counter what North Korea is doing. Because the question that we face right now is, in this era where it looks like we're in a post-denuclearization dialogue era, what do we do about North Korea to mitigate risk, to make the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia the safest possible place it can be, given everything we just shared about North Korea? First of all, one of the drivers for North Korea's reliance on the use of force like this is the belief that coercion works. The belief that coercion works, that there's some payoff. They're not doing this just to irritate Yoon, just for the heck of it. You know, these are investments that involve some degree of risk, and there's some cost involved. But, you know, what we've seen over the years, in spite of some successful efforts, to be honest, along the way to try to discourage North Korea to think it can benefit from coercion, is this residual thought that coercion is a legitimate tool of diplomacy. That's North Korea, and we've seen it repeatedly over the years, and it's something we need to look at going forward and address our efforts to try to discourage Kim from believing that. The second, Kim's confidence in his capabilities, his conventional capabilities and his nuclear capabilities. One of the troubling aspects of the reports of the Russia DPRK cooperation is the possibility that DPRK's conventional forces could be significantly enhanced in a way that gives greater options to Kim that he has today. Yes, we're worried about missiles. Yes, we're worried about nuclear warheads. But the truth of the matter is, when you think about the more sophisticated, kind of limited objective military actions Kim might consider, his force may not be up to those standards yet. But if we do have an established cooperative relationship with Russia in this regard, and we see improvements in readiness across maritime, air, and ground domains, then we are going to have more dangerous North Korea. And this is why we need to work so hard, particularly with and through China, to discourage Russia from providing that type of support to North Korea, and to put as much effort in conventional deterrence as we did the previous year in extended deterrence. Confidence in escalation control. Kim goes into these escalations believing that he can control, he can hit at a time and place of his choosing, where he has local tactical advantage because of the element of surprise, and that he can avoid or complicate in-kind proportional retaliation, and, you know, at the very least, drive a debate in South Korea or between the South Korea and the U.S. and how properly to respond. We need to figure out how to break that escalation control confidence, and frankly, it may be, you know, using Korea massive punishment retaliation or some types of responses, a scale or a proportion that have not been seen in the past. It's a very dangerous game, and it particularly makes us look like we're playing into his hands. But in order to deter these types of provocations going down the road, Kim needs to believe that he cannot be confident in escalation control. Kim's belief that China and Russia will be relatively tolerant, that there's no price to pay. I happen to have been one of the first officials into China after the sinking of the Cheonan. And I remember the arguments with our Chinese counterparts. It was not about whether North Korea had did it. It was about, the reason they did it was Lee Myung-bak. If it wasn't for Lee Myung-bak's hard line policy towards the North, we wouldn't have to worry about things like this. The idea that particularly China and now Russia would be tolerant of these types of actions is something we need to seek to undermine. And finally, the last two are ones where we have much more control, but nevertheless, we just have to be honest with ourselves. If Kim Jong-un senses that Washington is going to be complacent or distracted or immediately knee-jerk reaction to hold back the South out of fear of having yet a conflict in another part of the world, Kim may believe he can get away with something and not have to pay a price for it. And that belief, the related to that the ROK will capitulate if hit like this is another thing that I know that the Yoon administration from the very beginning has been very forceful in reminding North Korea that they won't be able to get away with it. These are the diplomatic and military challenges we face. I don't think we'll ever eliminate these types of provocations, particularly if provocations are extended to missile launches and nuclear tests, things that they're going to do anyway to enhance their force. But if we're going to keep away from lethal kinetic provocations going forward, I would just pose that these are areas on which we need to focus. That leaves 2 minutes for questions. I really apologize for that.
So I don't know whether there's questions on the floor, but I do have some questions. So
oh, sure. Can
would
you
you
sit
like
there?
to take a seat and then have some water while so, okay, 1 minute, but let me just throw out the questions. So I do have a lot of, I guess I'm much relieved to hear from you that there's no war imminent coming, but obviously there's a lot of things to concern. And I do agree with you that for the U.S. and South Korea, it is important that we need to make sure that prevent Kim Jong-un from thinking that he can get away from whatever he does. I think that's the key, but also come with the challenges because it could escalate into conflict that we cannot maybe can come under control. So my question is two things. So Russian ambassador to North Korea recently said that, let me just quote his statement. He said that North Korea may conduct 7th nuclear test if, quote, U.S. continues to take provocative steps in that region. How should we understand that statement? Is that a warning signal or?
That statement is a deflection. It is common language that we hear from both China and Russia. When we ask them to do more on this issue, they know they are really, at the end of the day, unable or unwilling or a combination of to do anything more. They're tired of hearing U.S. and ROK talking points, and they just merely try to throw the cause of the problem back on us. There's no real indication that Moscow is that uninformed about North Korea that they would actually think that's true.
If North Korea does a 7th nuclear test, let's suppose that, do you think that China will step up this time? Because obviously some people speculate the reason why North Korea didn't do a 7th nuclear test last year is because of the pressure from China. Do you think that is the case?
I'm mixed on that one because I think nuclear tests are one area that China really does see as detrimental to their interests because of their close geographic proximity to the Punggye nuclear test site and the possibility of some type of radiation. That said, they've lived with 6 nuclear tests, they'll live with the 7th. And I can't imagine a situation in which the 7th test is, finally, Charlie Brown taking another run at that football. Lucy's got it out there, and this time she's not going to yank it back. There's no reason to believe that this 7th nuclear test, China's going to do what they need to do.
My last question. So, Kim Jong-un actually made a suggestion at the General Assembly a few weeks ago that the General Assemblies need to spell out in the North Korea constitutions this, quote, the issue of completely occupying, subjugating, and reclaiming the ROK and annex it as a part of territory in case a war breaks out. This is a conditional statement, but do you think that Kim Jong-un has a revisionist ambition?
Well, the National Intelligence Estimate in its declassified version says that a revisionist scenario is much less likely than a coercive being the most likely. And this question moves on kind of the second most important question beyond is Kim Jong-un preparing for. The question is Kim Jong-un deterred? And as a policymaker, I would say absolutely he's deterred. Certainly he must have read the Nuclear Posture Review. He knows that a single nuclear weapon used brings an end to his regime. As an analyst, I can tell you, you can never prove causality when it comes to deterrence or have a degree of confidence that Kim sees things the way we see them. And I think if you were to have a debate, I mean, how many South Koreans believe we might not be there with nuclear support or have questions about the extended deterrent? I'm not saying those questions are justified, but you just have to rationally believe that if there's that many people questioning the absolute nature of our nuclear response to a nuclear use, you can imagine Kim Jong-un may also in the back of his mind being considering scenarios of limited nuclear use that he could potentially get away with. I know you run the risk of, when you publicly talk about it, almost look like you're encouraging even less confidence in the deterrent, but I think it's just a reminder that we need to continue to work together, the Republic of Korea and the United States. When they see a strong alliance, when they see a strong commitment, that's as important as a B-52 flying in or a boomer going into port or whatever other way we demonstrate a capability. It is going to be the alliance and the ROK trust in that alliance that will ultimately deter Kim.
Thank you. So we really don't have a time, but I guess, is there a question in the audience? Just quickly. Could you just be quick?
Would you like, George Washington University, would you like to make any comments on the North Korean support to Russia in the war in Ukraine and how that might change their relationship?
That's a great question. And, I mean, the developments there tell us a lot about both countries and how desperate they are that Vladimir Putin would have to turn to North Korea for such support, and that Kim Jong-un would be willing to cross the line by providing that support. What's interesting is North Korea, in spite of the summit and in spite of the invitation to Vladimir Putin to visit North Korea, they're still reluctant to admit that they're providing such aid and support. So there is a degree to which even North Korea sees some value as a little bit of deniability there. But, this is a North Korea that we know in the past, when they build missiles, they like to sell them. Why do they like to sell them? So they can earn money to buy more materials to build more missiles. And this is really why it's very deplorable, and my heart goes out to the Ukrainians who will find those missiles aimed and fired at them. It's a deplorable act in that regard, but it's also a deplorable act in terms of what Kim Jong-un believes now as norms of behavior. And so that going forward, in particular when it comes to could Kim Jong-un dare to use force in a way that we've never seen it in the past? I think the response that Kim knows it's the end of a regime doesn't really give enough credit to the possibility that Kim's thinking is changing because of these world events and these developments, particularly in the relationship with Russia.
Thank you so much. This is a really insightful speech. Thank you so much for your speech. So I think we really have to go into the third panel straight. So please give a warm applause.
We just had a sort of a record-setting pit stop here to kind of reposition the stage. So we're ready to get started on our final panel. I'm Chris Johnstone, Senior Advisor and Japan Chair here at CSIS. And in this final panel of the day, we're going to explore an increasingly central set of issues in the trilateral relationship, issues related to economic security, supply chain resilience, technology cooperation, export controls. Pretty wide range of territory here, so we'll attempt to cover as much ground as we can. But as everyone knows, these issues featured prominently in at the Camp David Summit last August. There, the leaders committed to collaborating on things like early warning systems for supply chain resilience, export controls on advanced technology, common standards for AI, working together to address economic coercion. These issues are very much at the heart of the relationship between the ROK, Japan, and the United States. And there are new mechanisms that have been established to facilitate dialogue in those areas, including a trilateral economic security dialogue, sort of overseen by national security councils, an annual Indo-Pacific dialogue that was just held in January, and regular meetings of ministers of commerce and industry. But I think it's also fair to say that cooperation in these areas is more easily announced than executed in practice. And that's what I want to try to get into today, because many of these issues are cross-cutting, have different constituencies, difficult domestic politics to manage. But we have a really terrific panel here, I think, to get into these issues. I'll briefly introduce them here before we get into the discussion. To my left, Kevin Wolf is a partner at Aiken, Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Feld. He's a former Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration in the Bureau of Industry and Security, and he has more than 30 years' experience providing advice and counseling regarding the laws, regulations, policies, practices, and politics pertaining to export controls, sanctions, and national security reviews of foreign direct investment. So great to have Kevin here. To his left is Dr. Wonho Yeon. He's a research fellow and head of the economic security team at the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. His current research interests include U.S.-China trade conflict, U.S.-China technology rivalry, and economic security. And he is a member of the advisory committee to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Science and ICT, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. So great to have you here as well, Dr. Yeon. And then Ms. Shihoko Goto, who is Director of the Asia Program and Director for Geoeconomics and Indo-Pacific Enterprise at the Wilson Center. She specializes in trade and economic interests across the Indo-Pacific and is also focused on geopolitical developments in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. So a really terrific panel here. I've asked each of them to offer some opening thoughts on whatever pieces of this wide agenda they are most inclined to address, and then we will have a bit of a conversation up here, and I'll try to leave some time at the end for Q&A from the audience. So with that, Kevin, can I start with you?
Audio check. So thank you for inviting me. The topic that I'm an expert in, export controls, is the type of topic that never usually would have been invited to a conference like this. And so thanks for having me. And it's a reflection of a really foundational shift in the discussion, the policy discussion about the role and the purpose and the use of the regulations that govern the movement of hardware, software, technology, and services to accomplish national security and foreign policy objectives. And the very close relationship among Japan, the U.S., and Korea, of course, is right at the center of a current discussion in that regard. What I mean by that is, at the end of the Cold War, the U.S., Korea-Japan, and the other close allies came together and established a common security objective for having domestic regulations to control the flow of items to accomplish common security objectives, which were focused on a relatively simple, although complex in implementation, objective to regulate the items that had some identifiable relationship to the development, production, or use of weapons of mass destruction or conventional weapons. The U.S. and Korea and Japan and other close allies would get together each year. They would decide on what those items are, and then they would regulate them in a relatively country-agnostic basis, depending upon whether there was information about a civil end use or a military end use, and the distinction could be made. Starting at about the time I was in government in 2015, this issue of what was the civil end use and what was the military end use and what was the nature of technology that was enabling to accomplish broader objectives, China's civil military fusion policies of acquiring civil technology to modernize its military, use of commercial technologies to engage in widespread human rights abuses with respect to particularly mass surveillance, and the use of commercial technologies in order to seek economic dominance, all have thrown into doubt what the role and purpose of export controls should be and what national security and common security objectives mean. So where we are is that the U.S. has launched forward the last couple of years with a core concept that there is an inherent national security risk to China having indigenous capabilities in the development and production of advanced node semiconductors, artificial intelligence applications, supercomputers, and semiconductor production equipment. Not because these, in a classical sense, have direct relationships to weapons of mass destruction or military items, but at their heart are the enabling and force multiplying technologies, as Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, has described them, to enable that. And so export controls, at least from a U.S. perspective, have moved to a broader strategic tool as opposed to a more specific non-proliferation tool. Japan has aligned with the United States in a very slender way with respect to controls that it imposed a few months ago on a small number of tools, semiconductor production equipment, that have some specific relationship to the development of advanced node semiconductors. Korea has not, but I know that there are active discussions of this topic, among the governments. And the core limiter, and this will be my main point, and I'll turn it over and leave the rest for questions, is that we are at a very fluid state about what a common security objective is between U.S., Japan, Korea, and other close allies as to what warrants the regulation of items that are inherently commercial. And that hasn't yet been decided. It's still really quite fluid. There are uncertainties as to what the threat actually is. There are concerns about retaliation from China to broader economic objectives that may limit the issues. There's still not quite the complete understanding in all the ministries around the world, and I've traveled several times to each of these countries and have been discussing it the last few months as to what really the U.S. objectives are, the extent to which U.S. export control objectives vis-a-vis China are related to the Inflation Reduction Act or the CHIPS Act or domestic industrial policies often really gets confused. The U.S. has not done, for example, a very good job of explaining what the relevance is of something very important to Korea, advanced node memory, and the reason why that type of memory should be controlled with respect to China, even for civil applications. And so I've become, in my sort of former government role, somewhat of an evangelist for, and this is where the U.S., Japan, and Korea could really come together as a core group of countries to develop a new regime, a new multilateral and plurilateral group of countries of close allies that have a forum of discussing these new contemporary national security and common security objectives, and to separate out some of the other discussions of industrial policy and economic security, but nonetheless see those as relevant to the discussion in order to streamline it for U.S. industry and Japanese and Korean industry, and to make the controls more effective, to address the common security objective, and to, frankly, increase the opportunity for joint development and cooperation among the countries. I've got a 3-hour version, but I'll stop there with that and turn it over to my colleague and then leave the rest for questions, if that makes sense. Okay.
You put a lot on the table there. Thank you. We'll come back to several of those points, but let's go to Dr. Yon.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in this wonderful discussion. I'd like to briefly introduce the new developments in South Korea's economic security policies since the Camp David summit, and share my thoughts on the future direction of trilateral cooperation. So first, in terms of economic security, I would like to note that the Camp David summit focused on supply chain cooperation and high-tech cooperation, and also the financial cooperation. Supply chain cooperation includes early warning system, critical minerals, and high-tech cooperation includes joint R&D, technology leakage protection, AI governance and standards. So what happened after the summit? Actually, in South Korea, the supply chain basic law was passed by the National Assembly in September, and it will take effect in June 2024. And currently, the government has begun preparations for formation of the Supply Chain Committee, and also the establishment of Supply Chain Stabilization Fund. In the field of technology, a special act on fostering national strategic technologies was passed by National Assembly in September and took effect immediately. It contains development and support plans for 12 strategic technologies, such as advanced chips, AI, quantum computing, advanced bio, and autonomous systems, and 50 detailed technologies. And I'd like to mention there is also changes in China's Korea policy after the Camp David. Since May 2022, Yoon government's focus was on strengthening ties with the United States and also normalizing relations with Japan. And it was aiming to improve relations with China as its next priority. But relations between China and Korea hit rock bottom around like April 2023 after President mentioned about Taiwan issue with the interview with the Reuters. But the mood changed in August when China once again began to seek cooperation with South Korea. I think there are a number of reasons, but the Camp David summit was likely an important momentum. I think China's isolation in this region seems to be making them quite nervous. While there is still a sentiment of improving relations between the two governments, China and Korea, it is China's actually domestic policies, not its foreign policies, that are hindering the improvement between the two governments. In particular, Xi Jinping administration's prioritization of national security over the market economy, such as amendments of these, the anti-espionage law and restriction of data access, have made it difficult to improve relations. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the future trilateral cooperation. While South Korea has been strengthening its legal and administration capabilities for its economic security, it is not easy to find the specific areas of economic security cooperation in the trilateral framework. For example, supply chain. Currently, major countries are using industrial policies to strengthen supply chains. However, the protectionist nature of their industrial policies is a great concern to Korea. When I calculate the overseas contribution to its GDP, Korea is about 30%, but Japan is 18% and the United States is only 10%. This is why Korea is more concerned about these the market economy rules and free trade issues. There are concerns that the competition of these subsidies through industrial policies actually cause a significant economic loss, not only to potential adversary nations, but also to allied or like-minded countries. Given geoeconomic fragmentation is ongoing, 3 countries, I think, in particular South Korea, need to start discussing about restoring an order of free trade within the bloc. And also, Korea is concerned about the result of U.S. presidential election this year, especially the uncertain future of the IPEF. Korea, I think, not only Korea, but 3 countries should need to continue to work seriously to ensure the smooth functioning of the IPEF. And also, there's a growing voice in South Korea that if the Trump administration abandoned the IPEF, so there's a voice that we should revisit the idea of joining the CPTPP. And in terms of technology, the high-tech innovation strategies consist of 3 stages. development, protection, and utilization of technology. And because we are facing this geo-economic or geopolitical conflicts between the United States and China, more and more we see science and technology in combination with economy and security. So major powers now view the development of science technology as a subject of economic security or national security subject. Also protection as a subject of export controls and investment screening cooperation, and utilization as a subject of technical standards cooperation. So as Camp David joint statement includes all these three elements, Korea is actually ready to work together with Japan and the United States on these issues. Okay. And lastly, regarding the China policy, according to the recent Bloomberg analysis, in the event of a cross-strait armed conflict, South Korea, Japan, and the United States are the biggest victims besides Taiwan and China that suffer economically. So which means three countries have high incentives to cooperate regarding the Taiwan-Strait relations. And also, while I think it is unlikely that China will use economic coercion in near future as its economic situation is getting worse and worse, but it is still important for the three countries to cooperate together to develop joint response tools in advance. So finally, I think it is necessary to utilize the Trilateral cooperation platform established at the Camp David as a key to build new minilateral platforms, such as Korea, Japan, United States, Australia, or joining existing platforms such as G7. Okay, let me stop here.
Great, thank you. Terrific. Shihoko.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today. We've already covered a lot of ground, but perhaps I'd like to focus on 3 points regarding trade relations between the three countries and trade interests between Japan, United States, and Korea, and where their interests lie vis-a-vis the economic security agenda. Now, first, the good news. There is a consensus. We've come a long way in a very short period of time talking about why economic security is important and what it is exactly to an agenda setting. Chris, as you said, we've come up with many ways to discuss topics of mutual concern when it comes to economic security. And we've seen, for instance, the G7 coming up with a forceful statement about the need for coordination and cooperation on supply chain resiliency, on infrastructure resiliency, and also really to manage relations with China. From Japan's perspective, I believe that there is a great role for Tokyo to play precisely because it is committed to a multilateral approach to concerns that are shared across borders. But Japan, too, reflects many of the concerns shared by the so-called middle powers, that is to say, outside of the United States and China, about where the ongoing U.S.-China tensions are moving forward and whether there is an opportunity for a collective approach amongst the middle powers to hedge against continued systemic rivalry between the United States and China. The second point I would like to make is that Japan and Korea have shared concerns about the U.S. political risk. We've already talked about that this morning. It's been raised here today as well. But Washington has been hesitant to take on multilateral trade agreements, and this goes across party boundaries, and so both Republicans and the Democrats have been hesitant to join into new multilateral trade agreements, and that really bucks the trend of the other countries, especially from countries like Japan. And it's interesting, when you look at, for instance, how Japan and Korea are looking at the economic security landscape. And a survey was done by a Tokyo-based think tank called the Asia Pacific Initiative last month. And they surveyed some of the the biggest conglomerates in Japan. And they found that 3/4 of the businesses surveyed were already impacted by the ongoing US-China tensions. And then their biggest concern was actually about the increased controls and restrictions coming from the United States. And that's their biggest concern. Their second concern for Japanese businesses is the need to change suppliers in response to some of these positions that the United States is taking and to meet the regulatory changes in the United States. And then thirdly, finally, their concern is about regulatory changes in China. So, and what are companies doing? From Japan, what we are seeing is that more Japanese companies are expected to invest more in the United States as a way to mitigate some of the risks that could appear amid changes in US economic policy. And it's really a hedge against ongoing political risk here in the United States. One of the biggest questions, of course, is about not just about the future of IPEF, but also the future of the CHIPS Act and the IRA as well. And then finally, where are the areas of cooperation and coordination? There are a number, and what we do need to bear in mind that when we talk about the economic security framework, it is driven as much by the private sector as it is by governments. And the private sector, the businesses, are not driven by national interest concerns or national security or foreign policy concerns per se. And we are already seeing the potential rise of a new form of trade war as a result of growing industrial policy. We see that especially as we anticipate an excess capacity in legacy chips. What do we need to do in anticipation of such new forms of trade friction? We do need to see WTO reform. We need to see better dispute resolution frameworks. There needs to be greater transparency in the trade arena, and there needs to be more opportunity for a multilateral approach to deal with those coming tensions. So let me leave it at that.
That's great. Thanks to all of you. Really terrific opening sets of remarks. Let me come back to each of you in turn, if I could. So Kevin, coming back to your points about sort of this changing philosophy in the United States on the purpose of export controls, particularly as they relate to high technologies. To what extent, you said that Japan, there's a slender level of agreement, and you said that with Korea, not quite the same level of movement. Could you unpack that a little bit more? Say more about what are the sources of difference that you see between us? Is there a philosophical difference, or are these simply reflective of differing commercial and other interests at stake in each economy? Say a little bit more about those differing perspectives, if you could.
Sure, all of the above. So the specific change that I'm referring to is that earlier this year, Japan, along with the Netherlands, agreed to impose controls on the export to China of a small number of tools, semiconductor production equipment, that are specific to producing advanced node logic semiconductors, etch and deposition. And this was the first time, and so on one hand, this was an extraordinary success for the Biden administration because it's the first time really since the end of the Cold War that a small group of allies outside the Russia context, which is a separate topic, have come together outside the multilateral control regime, outside the classical nonproliferation objectives of export controls, to agree on items warranting control to a specific destination. Really novel change, but it was only with respect to a handful of very specific semiconductor production equipment and not sort of a broader buy-in to the whole broader U.S. approach toward China and what national security means with respect to regulating the inputs for indigenous development or production of those technology sectors that I just mentioned. Korea has not, doesn't have the same industry. It doesn't have it has parts and components, and it obviously has two of the world's leading memory companies, but it's not in the production equipment industry primarily, unlike Japan, the U.S., and Netherlands, which have the vast majority of the companies that produce in this equipment. But the biggest issue with the three countries is the limiter. One, it's on a common understanding among the three countries, at least in my discussions with the ministries and industries, of exactly what the problem is to be solved. And the U.S. refers to broader civil-military fusion objectives and the utility of China having this capability that one day it might be able to modernize its military. And when I speak with Korean industry and Japanese industry and Korean government and Japanese government, but these are essentially commercial items. They aren't the items that go into missiles. What's the problem? And so there's still a bit of understanding of what the threat is and what the common security issue. The second is even, and I do believe it will happen and it is happening, an evolution of this understanding grows and there's more of a common understanding. The legal authorities, and this is where I'm an export control compliance attorney in my day job, of those two countries are very limited and tied really to the threats that existed in 1996. They regulate and can only have the authority to control specific items that other countries agree to that have a more direct relationship to a weapon of mass destruction or a conventional weapon. And the U.S., however, has authorities to regulate activities of its citizens far more broadly than the Korean, Japanese, or frankly any other government. And the U.S. is unique among its allies of regulating transactions with specific companies. This is the infamous or famous, depending upon your perspective, entity list. And the whole Huawei topic and other companies engaged in acts of policy concern to the U.S. that against which prohibitions can occur. And so before there can even if there is a policy understanding and a philosophy of a role of export controls and moving toward an economic security objective that's plurilateral, at a minimum, the laws of the allies, particularly Japan and Korea, need to change to even give their export control agencies the authority to regulate items outside the scope of the classical regime system, to regulate activities of their citizens in support of advanced node production in China, for example, for which there's now no authority in either of the countries, and the authorities to regulate transactions with specific entities on otherwise uncontrolled items. So it's when I say all of the above, it's all of the above. But at least it's a very active civil discussion, and in my personal view, a terrific opportunity for extraordinary strengthening of U.S. ROK-Japan trilateral cooperation, because among those three countries, in addition to a very small number of others, is really where all the companies that are doing the advanced thinking and the capability reside. And so there's sort of a natural affinity between common security objectives, technology cooperation, and then this can lead, in my view, to incentives. Countries agree to impose more controls, expand their authorities. They can reduce trade barriers by and among between those countries on similar items. And sort of it's a win-win-win-win for allied cooperation, as well as addressing a contemporary national security objective as opposed to those that existed in 1996 when the system was first set up. Does that answer your question?
That's great.
Okay.
That's great. Dr. Young, I want to invite you to react to what Kevin just said. In other words, to what extent do you see, from the perspective of the ROK, to what degree do you see sort of philosophical alignment on this question of export controls vis-a-vis China in certain high technology areas? And to what extent are the legal authorities the issue at hand, or is there something deeper to the extent that there are differences between our countries on this question?
In terms of particular industry, I focus on semiconductor issues. So maybe I can answer to that question in terms of semiconductor industry. I think still South Korea sees export controls on the semiconductor industry a little bit different from the United States. For example, we share the goal. We would like to expand the gap between South Korea and China in terms of semiconductor technology. But the reasoning behind this is still quite commercial, economic, the profit But more and more, I think South Korea shares kind of idea, security reasoning of the United States, and also in terms of export controls. In June last year, the presidential office actually released the national security strategy, and it clearly defines that our economic security is based on strengthening our supply chain, also strengthening our capabilities in high-tech areas. And then, interestingly, that particular document explicitly mentioned our next task is to amend our export control laws and also investment screening laws, regulations. So we are still on our way to actually tightening our export controls and investment screening. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, so in other words, fundamentally moving in the direction of alignment with authorities catching up to enable us to work more closely together. Great, thank you. Shioko, what about the perspective from Japan on this? To what degree do you see alignment on export controls specifically, but also more broadly on sort of the boundaries of the economic relationship with China? I think you suggested there were some divisions within the business community, right, from government policy. Say a little bit more about that if you can.
Yeah, so the vision of victory in the United States would be to have a significant or maintain a significant technological advancement over China, to keep the gap that it has, if not accelerate it even further, to continue to innovate, to be the innovative nation that it is today. It also wants to ensure that advanced technology is not abused by the Chinese military. So that is where the security aspect comes in. These would be shared, I believe, with both Japan and Korea in terms of keeping advanced technology away for security, military security purposes. But in terms of broader economic security, there is both the technology, the high technology part, as well as the low technology side. And the low technology side for countries that are not the United States and China is about ensuring its economic competitiveness and resiliency from things like food security, energy security, demographic security. These are basic issues that also need to be part and parcel. So if you look at Japan, it has been at the forefront of legislating on economic security. It's the first country that has had a cabinet level post to appoint an economic security minister. The Japanese are really moving forward with implementing some of the directives on the economic security legislation. It's currently going through this whole security clearance strategy, which is really critical for Japanese companies to be able to cooperate in tandem with the United States and other countries as well. These are all being put forward, but I would also argue that if the vision of victory is not necessarily about an overall decisive win against China, then there is also going to be somewhat of daylight between the countries as they move forward to achieving some of the goals.
That's well said. Thank you. Let me shift gears a little bit, if I can. And I want to raise this, talk about this issue that Dr. Yoon, you raised about sort of a competitive dynamic that's emerging among the three countries related to industrial policy, really, right? All three are engaged in pretty aggressive reshoring technology promotion strategies. Japan has the Rapidus initiative related to semiconductors, subsidizing TSMC's investments in Kyushu, for example. U.S. is offering incentives, of course, under the CHIPS Act to do more semiconductor manufacturing at home. South Korea is offering its own tax breaks and subsidies to foreign investors, also producers at home. How do we avoid a race to the bottom, really, when it comes to industrial policy. How effectively do you think we are coordinating on these strategies today? I think I know the answer to that, but let me ask you anyway. And how can we do a better job in this space going forward? Let me reverse the order a little bit. Shioko, I think I'll start with you, if that's okay, and then go work our way this way across the panel. Thanks.
I wasn't expecting that. But let me start with the Rapidus. It's a very interesting example that comes from Japan. Yes, it is a all government involvement to ensure that Japan has the capability to produce the most advanced chips. Now, there is concern within Japan about whether there is going to be sufficient domestic demand for those chips. And I think that's the reflection that we're going to be seeing across the board. So there is this race to produce a certain type of very advanced chips. But and that's great for some of the IT-intensive products that we have today. But even if we look at military use of chips, it's not necessarily the most advanced capability semiconductors that we need. We actually do need legacy chips, and what we are seeing is that China is learning and taking its own actions from some of the economic security and export control policies that are emerging, and beefing up its own capacities, not only in the advanced chips, but also in producing the legacy chips as well. And this is going to lead to the anticipated overcapacity of chips and the presumably a trade war on that front. And we do need to take action about the potential to coordinate and to have rules to preempt anti-dumping, even amongst friends and allies.
Thanks. Dr. Yun?
I do not have a concrete answer to that question, but we all know that WTO is kind of paralyzed, and countries are deciding their investment or cooperation based on whether they trust the other country. So I think the trust building is very important. And I think in terms of this trilateral framework, we have a trust. At least we have trust. So I think it is time to step forward. So we should talk more about how to set a new rule within the bloc. But I haven't heard this kind of conversation ongoing within this bloc. So it is time to think about how to set up a new rule within the bloc. And in terms of semiconductor industry, I'd like to convey some concern from the Korean business community that we see kind of tangible projects between the U.S. and Japan in terms of semiconductor industry, like you mentioned, the Rapidus project. But although Korea, U.S., we talk a lot about this cooperation in semiconductor industry, but we do not see any kind of tangible projects. So I personally think that it is because Korea actually is a leader in semiconductor manufacturing, but the United States and Japan lags behind. So that's why the U.S. and Japan is trying to cooperate in this particular field. Similarly, probably I think the United States and Japan would not, cooperate with Korea on, the components or equipment. So I think this suggests that maybe the area that all three countries lacks is the area that we can cooperate together, or we can set some kind of rules. So that's kind of, I think, the first step we should, pursue.
Great. Kevin, anything you want to offer
So
on this?
real quick, I'm not the expert at how your question asked, apologies, on how to prevent a race to the bottom. But what this whole discussion does present is the confusing mess of messages regarding economic security, supply chain, national security for export controls, industrial policy, and how you can harm the other once they're all sort of viewed together and blended. I know that was really vague and abstract. Let me explain what I mean. The objective of U.S. export control policy is not to advantage U.S. industry over allied country industries. Full stop. Unfortunately, the messaging, it's much better in the most recent years, but the messaging on that about blending U.S. export control policy, the CHIPS Act, industrial policy, reshoring, supply chain security have all sort of been blended together. And so, unfortunately, when I travel overseas, I often hear through my Korean and Japanese friends a commentary on U.S. export control policy through the lens of the Inflation Reduction Act objectives. They're not related. And so this is where sort of my primary preaching on working together in some form of a new regime, whether informal or otherwise, G7-like or otherwise, post-Wassenaar or otherwise, in order to have much greater message discipline and policy objectives among the allies merely on the topic of regulating the movement of items and not getting so confused with broader industrial policy or economic security objectives. So anyway, does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's great. Yeah, let's pick up on this question of sort of new institutions and mechanisms. Kevin made the case that we need a post-Wassenaar export control regime that reflects the modern era that we're in. And I wonder sort of what the perspective in Korea and Japan is on this question in particular, export controls. Do we need new mechanisms to enable us to cooperate more effectively in this space? Or is Wassenaar still the best mechanism that we have? But then more broadly, feel free to take this more broadly, Chiyogo and Dr. Yun. Do we have the institutions in place to effectively work on these economic security issues, whether it's trilaterally through the dialogues we have in place, or through IPEF, through the Quad, through the other channels where dimensions of these issues are taken up? I wonder what your thoughts are on the architecture for addressing these issues. Maybe let me start with Dr. Yun this time, and then go to Kevin and then to Shihoko.
So regarding the new institutions or mechanisms, I personally think when I discuss this issue with ministries in Korea, I think each ministry has different views, especially like Ministry of Trade, Energy, and Industry. They are quite conservative. They try to stick to Wassenaar arrangement as much as they can. But when I talk to like Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are more open to these kind of new mechanisms. So we have we do not have a consensus on this issue, but so that's why I think these maybe the economic security governance is very important. For example, the presidential office economic security advisor has a strong view that we can pursue in that way. And I think right now the presidential office has a view that if it is necessary, we are willing to join this new mechanism, because I read a couple of articles wrote by Kevin Wolf, and we share the problems that we have right now with these existing institutions. So also this year there's a report from the Korean media that the Semiconductor Industry Association here in the United States, they reported that Korea should participate in these semiconductor equipment export controls with the United States, Japan, and Netherlands, and that's there's a kind of debate on this issue. But I personally think we should participate in export controls in semiconductor equipments, because we are the key stakeholder in this industry. So that's why I think we should participate in kind of this new kind of institution. So briefly, I think we should participate in these new mechanisms, and I also think this new mechanisms will start with maybe the particular sectors, not all technologies.
So a sector-specific approach, not a comprehensive. Yep, understood. Kevin, sorry.
Which makes perfect sense. So the reason I'm an advocate for a new way of thinking and new actual organizations is that although the existing non-proliferation regimes have their continuing use and of course, they are limited by two things. One, Russian membership. Decisions in the organizations require consensus for change of any sort. And for the last several years, Russia has been blocking progress on any new way of thinking in each of the regimes, particularly the Wassenaar arrangement. And even so, for classical, traditional, old-fashioned, non-proliferation items, things that have some relevance to the development or production of weapons that should be controlled but can't be, Russia is blocking it, and there's a common interest, just under the old rules, for the U.S., Japan, Korea, and other close allies to come together in a new group of countries to address. Second, the mandates that were set up in 1996, the organizing documents, the constitutions, if you will, of these documents are very limited and don't address the contemporary national security issues that are created through China's military civil fusion policies, human rights abuses, and use of commercial technologies to achieve economic dominance. And so for that broader philosophical reason, I believe the U.S. and the other countries have a common interest in coming together. The difficulties with this, and by the way, you're absolutely correct, every country I go to, there's always a difference of opinion between the commercial ministry and the foreign ministry, even in the United States, on this idea. So it's really very fascinating to see the different reactions about, let's keep doing it the way we've always done things and see if we can make it, or let's think more broadly and in a really more dramatic way. What was the other point I was going to make? I'll stop with that.
Shihoko?
So yes, me too. I believe the sector-specific approach is really a very pragmatic way to go, and let me elaborate on that. The United States' trade interests are high. It may not have an appetite for comprehensive trade frameworks, but that doesn't mean that it does not have concerns about these burning trade issues. And so the more specific it can be, the more we can actually have the United States as part of trade agreements, which would be a win. But I also want to elaborate and say we need not just an economic or security win, we also need a political win of the economic security front as well. And so if we look at, for instance, trilateral and multilateral cooperation on the security, traditional military security front, we've seen the emergence of AUKUS, we've seen like the strengthening of the Quad, NATO having Japan and Korea, Australia as observers as well. We've seen a lot of progress over the last few years. We haven't seen that kind of progress on the economic front that actually includes the United States. And I think it is imperative to have the United States as part of a forward-moving economic framework that is meeting some of those challenges. And I would say, for that political win, having an approach to push back against economic coercion is a good step forward. And I would also say that in terms of pushing back against coercion from authoritarian regimes, and this isn't just China, it is Russia and other countries as well, what we would see as a win against economic coercion is deter coercive actions in the first place and stop countries from second-guessing and self-censoring amid fears of coercion in the first place. I think the win in this, having a common approach to coercion, isn't necessarily quantifiable on economic terms, even though it is an economic challenge. The win would be a political victory in terms of winning over public opinion. We have a lot of concern, a lot of pushback from China saying that democracies are in decline. They are weak. They are not in the collective interest. But what China is clearly doing through economic coercion is essentially being a bully. And so to call China out for its aggressions and its violation of the rule of law should be of interest and seen as a collective political victory for like-minded countries.
Great, I'm glad you raised the issue of economic coercion because that's the that's sort of the last question I wanted to ask the group before we open it up to questions here. As you noted in the Camp David statement, there is this commitment by the three leaders to work together to combat economic coercion. It's not clear to me what tangible steps the three are taking at this stage, but maybe, Shioko, I'll start again with you and kind of work down the line, but what should this agenda look like specifically? When you said that this could be an area where we cooperate more effectively, can you put some meat on those bones in terms of what a real agenda among the three countries to combat economic coercion might look like?
Yeah, so maybe start with what it cannot be. It would be nice to have clarity and to say we're going to have a NATO-like Article 5 approach to collective economic defense, so that an aggression against one is an attack on all, and so there needs to be collective action to push back. That's a nice idea, but it's also coercion is not necessarily easily quantifiable. I think what we're seeing today in terms of public outrage for China boycotting Japanese fish, or China imposing prohibitive tariffs on Australian wines, etc., that has really captured and outraged the public. Having a more systemic approach that isn't necessarily just government, but it includes also local governments, and a more inclusive approach to pushing back against coercive action would be a way that could elevate the discussion and also lead to a win. Again, this isn't, I am actually rather opposed to creating new frameworks for the sake of creating frameworks. Another option has been to include it in some of the talks about within the IPEF framework as well. I think that is going to be a difficult challenge, but it should also be considered as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Yun?
Yes. So I think we should think about, probably China's economic coercion. And I see some changes in recent years. Actually, China's economic coercion tools are evolving. For example, we used to see that Chinese government refused implementing economic coercion. Also, they used illegal tools. But in recent years, they actually admit they're, implementing some regulations based on their domestic regulations, domestic laws. For example, last year we saw the Micron case with the United States. I don't know whether it is a kind of economic coercion case or not, but it's quite interesting that China admit that they implement this kind of tool based on their domestic law. Also, we saw some secondary sanction element in recent Chinese economic coercion. For example, when there's a case with Lithuania, China actually pressured German auto part maker, Continental. So that's we actually didn't see in the past. And also, most importantly, China usually use import ban as a tool, but we are now more concerned about their export controls. So, for example, last year we saw the gallium, germanium, and graphite, issue with China. In that sense, I think we should be prepared for the future. But I think China is not ready to use the economic coercion tools that actually disrupt global supply chain yet. And particularly Korea, we had economic coercion issue in 2016, 2017 after the THAAD. And actually we expected some support from the United States, but we didn't get any. So next time, not next time, maybe we should, and it's very difficult to, respond to China in one-on-one, so we should think about joint response. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course the G7 addressed this issue as well in Hiroshima last year.
Korea is not.
Right, I know. So that's part of the issue is how you get all the right people to the table. But Kevin, anything you'd like to say on this? Okay, why don't we open up to the floor? Yes, over here, Sato-san.
Thank you very much. My name is Sato from CSIS. And actually, I have two questions about the export control issues. One is that, how can I say that to getting that our target. So not only that importing that regulation, but also that the execution is really important. So from your viewpoint, that what is the BIS execution capability, especially that now that there, for example, House Foreign Committees already released their reviewing report, and they criticized some of the capability of the BIS. That is one question. And the second question is that, regarding the involvement of that multilateral country, that is that I understand that there was really fortunate that only U.S. and Japan and Netherlands that can cooperate. But not only these three countries, but also I think that there is several important subcomponents of each equipment. For example, like EUV from the Netherlands, it's that consists of the German's products also. So in that case, that I think that of course that South Korea also that makes some kind of important subcomponent. So like South Korea and Germany, or maybe Taiwan also. So such kind of that small, how can I say that the countries must be incorporate for the new regime. That is my understanding, but that is my opinion. So please share your views on this.
Kevin, do you want to take the first?
Sure. So the bureau that I came from, the Bureau of Industry and Security, the Undersecretary and the Secretary have done a terrific job of saying this is the most exciting place in government to work, and they're trying to recruit technical experts and engineers and policy experts, and are doing a great job. And the reason for that is to go to the comments I was making earlier. The role and the scope and the complexity of both the policy and the technology issues is insanely greater than even when I was there, 7 years ago. And that same degree, and so the capability is limited. If you want to talk about electronic warfare systems or military aircraft engines, world's leading experts. When you start getting into artificial intelligence and advanced node semiconductors and semiconductor production equipment, some very good people, but the systems are slow to move, and particularly so outside the United States. And so to go to your point, resources are one of the principal limiters to a new way of thinking, a new regime, new progress on technologies, preventing unintended consequences. And so if I had sort of a second message of evangelism to our allies, which would be to take Secretary Raimondo's lead and try to make their export control agencies the most exciting place to work in their country's government. Because when you have greater expertise and knowledge within those industries to even be able to, bureaus to even ask the right questions, then that reduces the unintended impacts of over-controls into purely commercial sectors. That reduces the current incentive that both of you mentioned right now in allied countries of designing out U.S. content because of the uncertainty about what the rules might come. That reduces the incentive to avoid U.S. persons and U.S. technology because of the fear of tainting your products, and thus making the controls against China or Russia or other countries of concern less effective. And I didn't fully understand your second question, but if others did, maybe you can answer. I didn't. Did you follow the?
I think yes. I think so. Yeah. So. Very well. So I think this issue of capacity in our governments to effectively address the policy implications is really the first order question for all of us.
It's well recognized, and it needs to improve in the U.S. and abroad, and it's the core limiter to progress in everything that I've discussed.
Anything either of you would like to say about either this question of capacity to, within government, to manage effectively these new export control regimes that we're seeking to build, or to get at Sato-san's second question, how do we include the other players in this very complicated industry in Europe, for example, to ensure that they're part of this policy discussion as well. Shioko, would you like, or either one, Dr. Yun, please, go ahead.
So for the first question, capacity. So in 2019, we had the issue with Japan. Japan strengthened their export controls against Korea. And after that, our government actually strengthened the organization. But still, I think we have more way to go. I mean, it's not, that attractive, position or, office to work. So that's regarding the capacity. But I think this topic is very important in coming years. So we should reinforce our, offices regarding this. And in terms of the second question, actually, Korea do not manufacture advanced equipment. So it's a little bit different from the position of Japan, Netherlands, and the United States. Because of the advanced chip restrictions, export controls against China. China right now is trying to, fortify, the legacy chips, manufacturing legacy chips. And probably Korea export, our equipments to China more and more. So there's an issue with probably Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy and Industry. But as I mentioned earlier, I think we should participate in this discussion. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Shioko?
Just one sentence about capacity. Workforce is a challenge across the board, not just in governments, but also in the industries themselves, in the think tank world as well. And so there is this common challenge. And yeah, there is always a sentence or two in any G7 statement about cooperation and personnel exchange. But I do think that in this particular case, that actually should not only be seen as lip service to something that that has some warm and fuzzy aspect to it, but it should actually be part and parcel of the economic security agenda, because building up the current and the next generation, and to ensure that they are ahead of the curve in understanding what needs to be done, what can be done, is a challenge and a shared responsibility amongst the countries.
Very well said, good. I think we have time for one more. Let's go right here, please. Please introduce yourself, if you would.
Thank you so much for your interesting talk. I'm Shiwon Min, and I'm a second-year Master's in Asian Studies program student at Georgetown University. And I think all of you have mentioned the importance of U.S. ROK-Japan Trilateral economic cooperation, and some of you have mentioned the significance of the IPEF. In that regard, I would like to ask you what each country expects from the IPEF compared to other economic multilateral framework, such as TPP, CPTPP, or even like ASEAN Plus 3 to Korea and Japan. Yep, thank you.
Great, thanks. The future of IPEF. Shioko, is it okay if I turn to you first, and then we'll invite Dr. Young?
So IPEF has been the brainchild of the Biden administration, but it has backtracked on the key pillar on trade. It is a reflection of the politics, the domestic U.S. politics, which is focused more on, for now, it's very much on the workforce and the labor situation. And so it's going to be difficult for IPEF to garner support both within the United States and also to have an impact outside. Now, when we look at it from Japan's perspective, Japan actually put a lot of capital into IPEF so that it would have more Southeast Asian countries join the framework. But The ideal situation still remains that the United States joins the CPTPP. And I can assure you that even though I have absolutely no insight into this, Prime Minister Kishida, when he's here in April, he will make a pitch for the United States to join the CPTPP, because that is going to be, that remains at the heart of Japan, not just from a trade perspective, but also from a foreign policy goal as well. But I can also say quite firmly that the United States would have no interest in joining CPTPP, either under this current administration or any future administration, at least for the next cycle. Thanks.
Yeah, unfortunately, right. Dr. Young, any thoughts on IPEF or
Yeah.
otherwise the trade agenda?
Yep. I think the emerging issues that IPEF seek to address are real and will not be solved by just sitting on our hands. As the supply chain pillar agreement shows, the IPEF is quite a proper framework that reflects the needs of the times, which are essential for sustainable economic growth. And the fact that we have come this far this soon, involving 14 politically and economically diverse countries, is because we all understand the urgency of addressing these new challenges. So I'm personally quite optimistic about the future of IPEF.
That's a great note to end on. And I think it's true that the supply chain pillar of IPEF is a success story, right? And I think that's been sort of overshadowed by the difficulties around the trade pillar back in November. But terrific note to end on. And with that, we'll bring this panel to a close. But please join me in a round of applause for a really terrific.
Opportunity to thank the Korea Foundation for supporting this event and all our panelists for their contribution and insights to make this event a success. Please join me in a well-rounded applause for all our panelists. Thank you so much.